the Spirit, does it?
No,
Does it?
no,
Okay.
sorry.
And then down over here, does this look like T-Mobile or anything like that, as far as you can tell?
No,
Okay. Now, and once again, I just want to make sure I'm clear for this, for the jury. This particular map, as it sits here right now, you know, as it's here, for instance, we have like, what looks like down here at the bottom, I'm pointing where the MGM label is right
I'm
here.
watching
Do these look like
Keefe
walk,
D
or bridges or walk
trial.
bridges over?
And that's what is going on in the background. So just so you guys are aware, because I'm sure you just clicked onto the video. That's what's going on. They did opening statements. I joined kind of late. I was supposed to be there. I have some things going on, so yeah. And we decided that it would be best if I did it here. So that's what I'm doing. Don't mind me. Yeah, I'll be muted because I'm gonna watch.
Pedestrian crosswalks, right?
I'm trying to recall, I couldn't honestly recall.
yeah,
I remember them taking the crosswalks out and putting those walkways in.
Right.
I remember when they did that, but I don't remember the year they did it.
The
And
courthouse
once
does
again,
not
I'm
have
not
good
trying,
Wi-Fi.
it's not a catch-a moment.
No,
I'm
I
not trying to
understand,
get you in
yeah, I
trouble.
understand what you're saying, I don't wanna say something that I can't be sure of, but I remember when I was down there working, they no longer allow traffic to cross on foot across the strip because of all of the accidents that we had, so they put those walkways in when I was still working.
Right, okay. Now, and just finally here, with regards to the, when you're riding on the strip and you're riding with your, with the other person that's with you, you said at some point you were made aware that there was a shooting that had occurred, and the radio traffic indicated that the vehicle you had stopped was potentially the vehicle that was being involved. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us just really quickly here, based upon State's Exhibit number 1, and once again, we're not looking at it in terms of an accurate 1996 view, but just in terms of the streets. Can you tell us where you were at when you took off to wherever the vehicle was? And I'll just pull that here real quick so you can.
Thank you.
Sure.
I couldn't really tell you where we were because my memory serves me, it was called out right around the same time as we were rolling up on that vehicle.
Okay.
There was shots fired call and vehicles involved, and then we rolled up and saw that vehicle in the middle of Harmon,
And
on
when
the
you,
boulevard.
okay, and when you rolled up and you saw the vehicle, can you tell us other vehicles that were behind that vehicle? Were there any other, like, you know, like vehicles in an entourage behind the black vehicle?
There were several vehicles stopped all over the strip. It looked cluttered with cars, so
I see.
I couldn't tell you if they were with them or not.
Sure. Did other police officers aid in terms of just securing the scene and making sure that anything of evidentiary value was going to be kept in that area?
Yes.
Because I would imagine it wasn't just you by yourself. Your
Right.
partner, other officers arriving on scene would have started to help as a team.
Yes, sir.
do certain things. Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect examination, Mr. DeJoffno?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? If you do, please raise your hand and I'll walk you through the process. Seeing no hands, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Dale. You are excused.
Thank you.
State may call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Ingrid Stokes. Yes.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Ingrid Stokes, INGRIDSTOKES.
Thank you, ma'am. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Stokes.
Good morning.
Back in 1996, did you have a different last name?
It was Johnson.
Okay, so you went by Ingrid Johnson back then? Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Did you come to Las Vegas on the weekend of September 7th, 1996?
Yes.
Who'd you come with?
My best friend and some girlfriends.
Okay, can you tell me who they were?
Shalane, Tanisha, and Lauren.
And why'd you come to Las Vegas that weekend?
Well, when you live in LA, you go to Vegas all the time. It's just a party city. So we decided to go for the weekend. We were all off work. And so we went to come hang out, have fun.
And were you aware, and well, first let me take a step back. So you guys were living in LA at the time?
Yes.
What part of LA?
I'm even living at my dad's, which is Carson.
Okay. And then and you came out for the purposes to party. Were you aware that there was a Mike Tyson fight that weekend?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. There was always a Mike Tyson fight. But we were coming because my friend knew one of the managers or coaches, I forget what they're called, and we had planned on going to the fight.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
What happened?
Women in a bathroom, 4 women in a bathroom did not work. We took too long. We missed
Yeah.
the fight completely.
And so, where were you staying that night?
I believe we were at the Lexor, or the Rio, but I think it was the Lexor.
Okay. And then, did you ever actually make it to the MGM where the fight was?
We made it to the let out, is what I call it, because the fight was already over, so everyone was kind of hanging out. So we went to see what was going on for the night.
And did you hang out there for a while?
I don't remember, but it would have been enough time to run into a few friends and say hello and hang out and maybe drink or two, maybe.
So, what did you do after hanging out at the MGM Grand?
Well, we had met one of my friends, and they had mentioned there was somewhere they were going to go. So we decided, okay, we'll go there first and see what's happening before we decide, where we're going to end the night. So we all got back in our car, the rented car we took from LA, and drove.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a convertible Supreme.
And did all four of you go into the car?
Yes, all 4 of us were in the car.
And what happened once you guys started driving?
That's a loaded question. A lot happened. We got in the car. I believe we left the MGM parking lot, and then we went to the main street, Las Vegas Boulevard, I guess. And we were driving, and I believe we were, I don't know, about 10 minutes after leaving the parking lot, and then we ran into Suge and Tupac in the car.
And when you say you ran into them, what'd that look like?
Well, we were driving, hanging out in a convertible, and my girlfriend Lauren at the time, she knew Suge, and she told us, "Hey, there's Suge. Pull up next to him. I'm gonna ask them what they're doing." And so Shalane was the driver, and she slowed up close to them.
And so you said Shalane was the driver.
Yes,
Where were you seated?
I was a passenger in front.
In the front passenger? So Shalane's driving, you're in the front passenger, and the other 2 women are in the back seat?
Yeah, Tanisha's behind me, and then Lauren is behind the driver.
After all these years, you still remember that, huh?
Well, yeah, some things you don't forget. That one you forget.
And so then when you start driving, or when you see Suge and your friend starts talking to Suge, what happens?
They were talking, and she was like, "What's going on? What's happening?" We look over, and then we pull up to the car, and we kind of nod or say hello, that kind of thing. But we were in our own little world. While she was talking to him, he said, "Hey, we're all going to the club. Why don't you follow us? Get behind us. You can go with us." And so that was decided we'll go there first and see what's happening before we go anywhere else.
So do you follow, do you remember who's driving and who's in the passenger side?
Suge was driving, and Tupac was in the passenger seat.
All right. I believe States Exhibit 3 has already been admitted. We're going to publish that. Is this kind of the way they looked
Yeah,
that night?
that was just like it was.
And so, so you decided to follow Suge and Tupac to the club? Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm so sorry. Yes.
That's okay. And so, do you recall the name of that club?
66. It was an area code, so I remember it was 662 or 702, but now I know it's 662.
And then what did you do? did you guys start driving over to Club
We
62?
we got behind them and we start driving down the Las Vegas Strip, and it was weird because there was a car behind us and they kept going around us trying to get in front of us. It happened quite often. It was really annoying. We didn't understand what was going on. And then at one point we were getting ready to turn to go on the main street. I guess Flamingo was on. Or Flamingo, I think is what it was called. When we turned that way, I was like, what the heck's going on? People keep getting in front of us. I know how to get to the club. Let's figure out our own way. I can drive and we can meet them up there. And so our plan was to get out from behind them.
So you were confused about the way the cars were moving.
Yeah, I didn't understand what, in hindsight, I know now, but I didn't understand there was entourage. I just thought, they were going to a club. We didn't think about it.
And then at some point on Flamingo, do you stop at a light?
Yeah, so when we get close to the light, I tell Shalane, pull over, I'll drive. I know where I'm going. I've been there before. So we pull from around them, and then we stop at the light, and
And before, that's my fault, not yours. So before, when you guys are stopped at the light, where is your car relative to Suge Knight's and Tupac Shakur's car?
so I believe there was 4 lanes, a turning lane, the lane next to it, the middle, and then there was one for like the outside lane. So they were on the 3rd lane, I believe, and when we got off the lane behind them, we got out and we went past, and I think we were a car or 2 on the 2nd lane from the light.
And so were you behind or in front of Suge Knight's car?
We were in front.
So you're in the lane next over, a car, or maybe 2 in front.
Yeah, exactly.
Then, while you're waiting at that light, does anything happen?
Well, me and Shalane were going to change seats. I was going to drive. I'm the more aggressive driver, and after what, she was nervous with them coming back in front of us so much. So me and Shalane were literally head down, taking our seatbelts off when we heard the gunshots, when it's all hell broke loose.
And to be fair, you didn't see those gunshots. did
No,
you?
no.
And then what do you do when you hear the gunshots?
I freak out and I scream, what the hell? I said, what the hell? And then Shalane is kind of half up, half down, and so I grab her head to bring her down. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And then she has her hand on the wheel, but she's like frozen. And so I don't remember how many gunshots there were, honestly. But I know I put the car in drive, and I told her to get the hell out of there and drive. And so I may even grab the wheel. Like I said, I'm very aggressive. And from that, she tried to drive off.
And then, did you see the color of the vehicle?
Yeah, so we almost hit the car. When we were trying to drive off, there was a car in the lane, that last lane, that was the turning lane. And it was a white 4-door. Can't tell you what kind, but I just know it was like white-ish. And we almost hit him. We were trying to get away.
Were you trying to pursue the white car?
Hell no. Just want to get away.
And then where did you guys go? Did you turn off? Did you follow them turning off? Or
We turned off. We turned the only way you could turn because it was a red light, which was down that first street past. And then when we turned right, we were just driving fast. There still might have been gunshots.
What up,
I
Alex?
can't
Sorry,
see
I'm like setting up the other live. And then this thing keeps loading because the connection in the
We was in the
courthouse
car, but there was a lot going on. There was a lot of adrenaline. And then the first street we saw that was on the
lagging,
left, I was
so,
like,
yeah.
turn left.
I
And
hope
we
you
just
guys
turned
can
down
hear
a
it okay.
random
If you guys
street
have
that
any
had like
questions, let me know.
apartments on it.
now, it's fair to say you didn't see who was in the car, right?
No, didn't look.
But did you go back to where the shooting occurred?
Yes, I did.
Were you nervous about talking about what happened?
I didn't think I had anything valuable to say, to be honest. So I wasn't nervous initially because I just was like, we came back because when we wanted to know what happened. Because we left, so we didn't know. We didn't look
Yeah,
around.
so
we
I
didn't
don't
see
know. I
anything, we
think
just
shit
left.
got out.
And so when we came
supposedly.
back,
He's gonna he
we
doesn't want
saw
to
there were a lot
testify,
of-
but he's
so
gonna
when we
testify.
went back, we told the officers we had
He's being
been there when
subpoenaed,
something
so
happened.
regardless,
You know
he has
what
to show
happened
up.
when we left.
And whether he wants to
And
talk
so
or not,
he made us stop the car and get out the car.
kind of forced.
The police officer
He can
made us sit on the ground
plead the
on the
fifth.
sidewalk in front of
And
everything.
all
People,
his
cars were still, I
amendments
think,
that he
may have been
wants.
passing.
But
So it was kind of an
that
odd
means
situation
he has to show
where they
up,
were
you
like
know
kind
what
of
I'm saying?
rude to us, and then they're treating us like we're suspects. We really didn't know what happened though, and so They
I'm about
said,
to
we
start
need you guys,
my,
eyewitnesses, we need you guys to come
YouTube,
downtown
not
or
YouTube,
order
my
a
Facebook
van
stream
for you
too.
guys to come and had us sit there. I kept asking a lot of questions, but no answers.
Now, I noticed some of your friends aren't going to be here. Is there this fear about talking in this kind of case?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Snitches get dishes, I'm saying, not the coolest, but, yeah, I know, talking to police is not a thing we do in our culture anywhere in LA. It's not a normal thing, so there was that, especially in the 90s and 80s. There was multiple reasons why, but I didn't see anything, so I was kind of limbo. I didn't see anything. I didn't think I'd be beneficial, and then, I don't know. I was
Okay, there's a
going to
question on the
offer some
ONJ
assistance,
chat
what I could,
back,
because
'cause I'm,
I
like,
may have
watching
had
it.
more memory back then. I
And,
may have heard
I'll
the
get
number
you
of
an
gunshots. I
answer.
may have had, more. But the police treat us so bad that I just we start shutting down, because we're like, if someone did it, they could come by and sitting on the ground. They can see we're sitting here telling people, even though we're not saying anything. So this was a really bad situation.
And is it fair to say that that was something that also would scare you, is that if somebody was seeing you talking?
Absolutely,
Objection,
yeah.
Your Honor, is the leading.
What's your response, Mr. Paul?
I'm just following up on your question, that she's going to lay the foundation too.
I'll sustain if you could rephrase.
Okay. Is it fair or unfair
Okay,
to
I'm
say
getting you an
that you are
answer.
concerned about
This guy
people seeing
crashed
you
real
talking to
quick.
police?
Yes.
On our Nevada judge's screen.
No further questions.
Saying something.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sampson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll get you an answer. No worries.
Hi, Mr.
Hello.
You, obviously, I would imagine you've never testified before about this particular situation.
Okay,
No,
the
I've been in the
answer
grand
to this guy's question
yeah,
is
okay, so
I've
you were
never
at the
seen
grand
a
jury,
state
and,
trial where the judge
with
asks
regards
the
to your
jurors
testimony,
if they have any
you were in front of the grand
questions
jury.
for the witnesses
Did you
on the
meet with the
stand.
district attorney's office
Is
prior to
this
giving that testimony
just
to the
done
grand
in
jury?
Nevada?
Not
The
except
answer
outside
is
the
some
door
states
when I
like
got to
Nevada
the
have a law
I mean,
that
the
allows
door
and
of the grand
requires jury questions.
And,
So, let me type
with
that up
regards
for
to
you
that
guys.
testimony,
I'm answering
did you
questions and
review
doing
any
all kinds of stuff, so.
documents, records, anything like that, in preparation for your testimony in front of the grand jury?
No.
All right, now, asking you again for today, did you review any documents in preparation for your testimony here in front of this jury?
I looked at the grand jury testimony that I said, but other than that, no.
Okay. Now, when this thing had occurred, I would imagine it would have been a very traumatic experience for you.
Yes.
And at some point, you go back to LA?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry, yes.
That's all right, it's just for the record. When you go back to LA, did you ever just sort of keep on top of it, like in terms of like articles that would come out in magazines, anything like that at all?
No, we didn't talk about that night for decades.
Well,
We used to talk
Marshall
about it.
Lynch, I'm
Okay.
just here so I don't get
Now,
fined. I'm just here, I can work
Did
here.
you ever at any point capture what you had remembered in a journal or anything like that?
I did a documentary, a couple of documentaries. Yes, years, like 20 years later.
I see. And in preparation for those documentaries, what did you use to refresh your recollection back then?
Talk to my girlfriend. I mean, more talk and try to remember pieces that I could.
Right. And your girlfriend was also present in the Sebring when it happened as
Yes,
well?
she was driving.
I see.
No, that's fine.
Now, just to describe us a little bit that night, you're driving in a convertible Sebring,
Yes,
and I'd assume that the top was probably down.
the top was down. Yes.
Okay. And the weather that night, was it raining?
No,
Can you describe for the jury what the weather was like that night?
it was Vegas in September. It probably, I mean, I'd be guessing, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't raining. It could have been a cloud in the sky, but I wouldn't remember that.
Was
I just
it
know
cold?
it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. We didn't have any jackets. We had designer clothes. That's why I was mad. I had to sit on the curb. But no, we were. It was a nice, cool evening. So I would probably say in the 80s, 70s, 80s. I have no idea.
All right. But obviously, among the four girls, no jackets or anything that would indicate that it was cold that night.
Yes. No.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had pulled up alongside Suge Knight's vehicle at some point.
Yes.
Now, I noticed that you weren't given a map. Did you ever have an opportunity to kind of envision exactly where this had occurred?
I didn't forget that part.
Okay. If I were to show you a map, would you be able to point out for
Yes.
us exactly?
Much as I can. Yes. Absolutely.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked in there. This State's Exhibit number 1. and, just for the record, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 1, it's just an overview of Las Vegas. Can you,
Yeah.
does that help you at all?
No, not really, but I see the streets. It's what I thought. I'm assuming the red dot is Vegas Boulevard.
And when you say red dot, there's a mouse that's right there in front of you. You could use that to sort of move that mouse over to where, no, that doesn't do that. 'Cause it's-
I can point it, but
Now, let me do this.
When you're on our computer, can you do that? This is
you can point it now.
All right, so would this be, and
Yes,
I'm using my
that's-
Sharpie, that's
yes,
the dot?
yes.
Okay, so yes, that would be Las Vegas Boulevard. Now I'm going to point over here. Do you recognize this particular area?
Yeah, that's where it happened.
Okay, and this, I'm pointing now, once again for the record, Flamingo, and it looks like this would be Koval.
Koval, that sounds about right.
Now, you were describing for us a little bit about where the cars were. If I were to give you a piece of paper, can you draw for us just a little bit better so we can have a better view? And
I can try.
Okay. You want me to approach?
Yes, you may.
Tupac lives in
And
El
what am I drawing
Salvador is
exactly?
crazy,
You can draw
bro.
for us where, on that night, where Koval was. And just for the record, you're writing Koval, is it for the horizontal line or the vertical line?
It is the horizontal line.
Okay, so that's Koval. And then can you draw for us where Suge's vehicle was when you pulled up to it?
We were behind it,
Okay.
so it would have been. I'm just gonna make lanes and like don't quote me. I could be off by one, of course.
Yeah, it does
so
seem
I'll say
like
this
they've
was
been
Shug
playing
and
music
we
a
were
lot louder.
behind. So this was.
We were
I'm gonna
just
put
talking
I
about
for
noise
me.
ordinances
And then
and
we
how
moved and
that
went
all works.
right here. So this is where
But
we end up parking.
We'll discuss that.
I'm not
another
parking,
time.
but stopping at the red light.
That's fine. And just for the record, you have made a mark that looks like an S, and I would assume that would be for Suge's vehicle.
Yes.
And then there's another I, it looks like right there, and that would be for your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you have an arrow pointing to the next lane over where the I is now at.
Yes, that's where it ended.
Okay, great. And then when the shots, when you're, I guess, trying to change seats, can you tell us where you were at that particular point?
You mean in the car? Or-
Well, not in the car, but
Oh.
where the car was?
It was here when the shots happened,
Okay,
and when we were trying to flee, we were trying to get in this lane to go around to get the turn.
I see.
And that's what we ended up doing eventually.
I see. So when the shots were fired, you were still in that I,
The eye,
and
yes,
then you pulled off onto Koval.
yes.
Okay. Now this area right here, what is this? What street is that?
What do you mean, this Flamingo? No, is it Flamingo, I'm assuming? I'm guessing, like I said, I'm bad at direction on places I still go today.
That's right.
And then here was like a gas station or something right there. And then here was where we turned off right, which is where that first left was. So I don't know the name of the streets or anything.
No problem. I'm gonna show this. Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate it. Good job. All right. Your Honor, if I could have.
See,
this
what happened was-
exhibit, Opposed defense exhibit A,
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
and move for admission.
Any objection to its admission?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admitted. Did you want to publish?
I would like to publish it. Your
Okay,
Honor.
feel free.
Thank you. Now, showing you what's been marked and admitted now is defense exhibit A. All right, and I will just explain this for the jury again. So where you have Koval is actually the street Koval, is that right?
Yes.
And you have Flamingo, which would be the other street that's going vertical down the defense exhibit A.
Yes.
And then on the corner, it would be one of the corners, there's a gas station.
Yes.
Now over here, this S, that would be what you would call a Suge Knight's vehicle.
Yes.
And you were directly behind that vehicle at some point.
Yes.
And you pulled up, and that's the arrow pointing up to the next lane over, and that's where you were at, right next to Suge's vehicle.
In front of, not next to. That's why it's a little above.
I see. So you're slightly in front of Suge's vehicle. Was there another vehicle over here in front of Suge's vehicle?
I'm assuming yes, because we weren't at the front of the line. So yes, maybe two.
I see. Maybe two vehicles, but presuming that there would be at least a vehicle in front of Suge's vehicle.
At least two, I'd say, because there was one in front of me.
Okay. And then, this lane over here, is, what lane is that?
That's the, a small lane that you could turn off.
Turning lane?
Yeah, it didn't say, but yes.
Yeah. And so at some point when the shots, were ringing out, you just immediately just gassed the car and made a right-hand turn on Koval?
Yeah, into the turning lane.
Okay. And your testimony here right now, for instance, is that the top was down, but you didn't see?
No,
Yeah.
I was looking down because I was initiating changing my seat. So I would thank God I was all face down.
Okay. And when you pulled off and you made that right-hand turn, did anyone shoot at you?
Probably. I honestly don't know. There was a lot of gunshots.
Sure. Did any, after the event had occurred, did you ever observe any bullet holes in your vehicle?
There was no bullet holes in my building.
Was there any shattered
Yeah, that's what like she was
windshield
talking
as a
about is
result
basically
of,
like snitches get
you know,
stitches.
anything happening on the scene?
No.
Okay. And then with regards to where you were at, when your testimony was that you were talking to Shug, Shug was saying, hey, come to 662. Is that what was happening?
Yes.
And during that time period, you said, and I want to make sure I'm clear, that while there was a conversation about going over to Shug's place, but it seemed like everyone was sort of talking. Like it was like the girls in the back seat maybe were having a conversation or something like that. Is that-
No. Lauren was the only one talking to Shook because she's the only one who knew him.
I see.
So nobody, we were just like, oh, okay, looking like, because it wasn't our conversation.
Right. And when that was happening, did any of your people in your vehicle yell out, you know, Tupac, Tupac, anything
No.
like that?
Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, it's Tupac.
No.
Okay. Now, during that time period, as you're over here behind Shug's vehicle or next to it, did you ever see, can you describe for me what Tupac was doing in the vehicle?
When we pulled up on the side of him and she was talking to Shug, he was relaxed, like sitting in the sitting in the passenger seat. And Shug was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
Okay, so as you're sitting there and you pull up, Tupac was not hanging out the window and doing something out of the window?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. His torso was not sitting on top of the window yelling to his fans, Tupac, Tupac,
No,
or anything like
there was
that?
no fans around. They were just driving in the car listening to music like we were.
All right, and during that time period, when you were here during this time period, there's a red light
Yes.
preventing you from moving forward. And once again, going back to Defense Exhibit A, there's no green light allowing traffic to move in the direction of Koval.
No,
Okay, so everyone was stopped at that particular point.
everyone was stopped.
I have no further questions, Johnny, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We do have one. Okay, so what I'll need you to do is write your juror number on the question and then write the question on a full sheet of paper and then hand it to my marshal when you're done.
Oops, I'm about to push the button. I'm watching all the comments, okay? I'm also watching our Nevada judges' comments because I have to answer if they ask anything. If you guys have any questions, let me know. We can answer them as well. I'm trying to pull up the screen so I can see my multi-chat.
Any questions?
Because right
from
now,
anyone
I'm
else?
literally clicking through
Okay,
tabs to
perfect.
look
Can I
at
have the
chats,
approach?
and I'm going nuts. So, give me a second. And I'm taking notes. I'm gonna run a poll. We're gonna see, okay? I did that poll wrong. Hold on, I gotta redo it. Audio right now is muted, so
All right.
they come back.
One
Oh, there you go.
question from our from a juror. Could you gauge what direction the shots were coming from?
No.
No? Any fault? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I know say it was just
You're
too,
okay.
it was too chaotic, and you're not, thinking about that, but no.
Okay. State, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You are excused. That was fast. State, any quick witnesses, or are we prepared to take a lunch break at this time?
Lunch break, Judge.
Okay,
Shortest
sounds
poll
good.
ever. I
Ladies and
didn't do
gentlemen, we'll
lunch
take our
today.
lunch break at this time. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have everyone back here, let's say 1:15, so that
Audio good?
everybody has enough time to get everything done over the lunch break. We'll see you guys back at that time. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be in recess. I'll see you guys back right around 1:15.
Thank you.
If you need any more time, just let us know.
It should be,
He did indicate that you could go over whenever, and so if you want to go over now, you can get.
Well. You feel me? Well. That was interesting. You feel me? I'm literally trying to figure out my life right now. Yeah, double tap that phone. It's a whole bunch of comments. I need to make this smaller. I don't know, 600? Is that small enough? Oh, what happened? Oh, well, he went to, whatchamacallit? Well, we're gonna go and do the rewatch of this. Where's O&J stuff? Here we go. I didn't watch the beginning, I'm not gonna lie. I've been running around trying to get things settled.
Certainly,
We now have Mr. Davis. He's present in custody with Mr. Sam.
there you go.
Anything we
This
need
is
to
where they
address
started it.
outside the presence of the jury from either party?
Yeah, no, the poll is up.
You know, I
and I
just want to
believe
make
it's
sure,
up on
I have that
YouTube
issue
as well.
with,
Everybody's
with regards to
100%
the
saying.
discovery commissioner, I just want to make sure, I think it's at 12:30.
We had moved it for that,
don't
so
even know
we will
yet.
plan on stopping in time for you to get to that.
Thank you.
Okay, and you were able to talk to Commissioner Gans and get that all straightened out?
Not directly, but through my office, yes.
Okay, excellent,
Thank
perfect.
you.
And I guess, Your Honor, I think it was mentioned during jury selection, but at this point, I think both parties would be invoking the exclusionary rule.
Okay, so if we have anyone present in the courtroom who's on the witness
need to go get me
list,
some coffee,
You need to
so-
step out at this time.
Y'all need a
Until
bathroom break,
you're
go
allowed
for
to
it,
come
whatever,
back in.
but this is a rewatch of what
Additionally,
we were watching earlier.
for everybody who's
They
here
said 1:15 they'll
in
be
the
back, so
audience,
that's an
obviously,
hour and 15 minutes.
we're in
from now.
court, so I expect that there'll be no outbursts or speaking audibly that the jury can hear. Otherwise, we might have to remove you. Additionally, if you guys could all check and make sure that your cell phones are turned off or are at least on silent so that we don't have any distractions while we get going.
Yeah, no, with regard to the exclusionary order, because of the fact that this is being broadcast, are we instructing?
I'm
as
streaming
well
on like a ton of platforms
witnesses
right now.
to not be watching the broadcast prior to their testimony as well?
Great point, yes.
Okay.
Anything further? All right, let's bring in the jury.
I still need to edit that box. It's too long. Like 500? What's up, jokes? I'm doing all kinds of stuff, so don't mind me. What the hell? Somebody call me, don't say nothing. What is wrong with you? Okay, YouTube is going on an ad break. I'm about to try to figure out how to put Facebook on an ad break. I've never done Facebook on desktop, so we're learning here. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is why it was horrible in the beginning. Now we got a better connection though. Okay. Yeah. Let's do this. Start talking.
All right, you may, did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hopefully you were able to get everything situated over the long weekend, and we look forward to proceeding with trial. Before we get started, we do need to have you sworn, so if I could have you all stand and raise your right hand, we'll proceed with that.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
All right, thank you, Jessica, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we're going to turn to opening statements. Mr. Plal, are you ready to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, they attacked him. That attack was captured on video. Then, a few hours later,
Holy crap, we are watching
Tupac
this.
Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac in an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Duane Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Duane Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Duane Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Duane Davis himself. But to understand what happened on September 7th, 1996, on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles. But in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles were occupied by over 30 gangs claiming its territory. And important to this case, there are two gangs, Mob Piru and the Southside Compton groups. Let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Mob Piru. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite, or maybe because where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members as part of Death Row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts, on behalf of Suge Knight. But Death Row in the mid-1990s was one of the most successful record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just sold, released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies in critically acclaimed roles. He has, at times, been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip-hop artist associated with the Mob Piru. Now, the other gang that's important to know here is the Southside Compton Crips. And when it comes to Southside, Duane Keefe D. Davis was the leader of the Burris Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood due to the money that he was bringing in through the music industry, Duane Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And you will learn that that is how one moves up in the world of gangs, by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn,
The modern day
Is that
Robin Hood? Nah, I don't think that's what he was.
Baby Lane Anderson was his nephew, and also a highly respected member of the Southside Compton Crips. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name, Eric Zip Martin. Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York. He's involved in the drug trade and knows Duane Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. Duane Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin from the East Coast. And one of the connections that Duane Davis entertainment, Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast. He was worried about Mob Piru. He was worried about the members of Death Row Records. And so Duane Keefe D. Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west, in order specifically to ensure there are no problems with Mob Piru and Death Row Records. And this took a rivalry between Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips and escalated it. And those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996. There, you'll hear that Trayvon Lane, a member of the Mob Piru, associated with Death Row Records,
a little bit.
was there with other members of Mob Piru in order to do some shopping. Lakewood Mall was a mall nearby Compton. You'll also hear that Baby Lane Anderson, Orlando Anderson, the defendant's nephew, was there. Now, Trayvon Lane that day was wearing a chain with a Death Row medallion here. And there was a fight that occurs between the Mob Piru group and the Southside Compton Crips. And at one point, that chain is pulled off Trayvon Lane's neck. Now, what happened to that chain is an issue of much dispute. Not everybody agrees with it. But the act of disrespect of pulling the death row chain and the brawl that occurs further escalates this heated rivalry. And what you'll learn is that these two men, Trayvon Lane and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they encounter each other again, this time in Las Vegas. So that brings us back up to September 7th, 1996, here in Las Vegas. Again, Mike Tyson is fighting Bruce Seldon. He disposes of him in less than in a round. Doesn't take a full round. And then after the fight, Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and the people that are here with, they leave. And among his group is Trayvon Lane. And that is why this fight occurs. Trayvon Lane and the Death Row group sees Orlando Anderson standing by himself, and they decide to attack him in retribution for what happened at the Lakewood Mall. You'll see Orlando Anderson's on the bottom of that group. You see security coming, trying to break this up. And then you'll see Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and that group exit the MGM Grand. Now, Orlando Anderson was by himself because when Duane Davis purchased the tickets for the Bruce Seldon fight, he got them through a scalper. So everybody that came with Duane Davis were seated separately throughout the fight. And so Orlando Anderson was, at that time, by himself. You'll see that Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, and his group leave the MGM Grand. And you'll see that Orlando Anderson, after being held by security, is questioned for a bit, asked if he wants to press charges. He decides he doesn't want to participate in any type of prosecution and that he doesn't need medical attention. Duane Davis hears about this beating. And what you will hear is that in his world, there is no question that a response is required. And you will hear from Duane Davis what happens next. Because what happened over the next 2.5 hours is something Duane Davis would later describe himself in a secret 2008 interview from his attorney's office with the federal task force. And we'll talk about that interview and the circumstances surrounding that later. But we'll hear about what the next 2.5 hours was. So, what we learn is that Duane Davis is upset about the beating of his nephew. And frankly, that's not an unusual response. What's unusual is the next steps Duane Davis takes. Unusual for the normal person, maybe not unusual for in-gang culture. Duane Davis decides he is going to organize a retaliation, that this beating cannot go unanswered. Then he runs into a person named Zip Martin. Remember the Zip Martin that was the connection with Bad Boy Entertainment from New York? And Zip Martin tells him that he has a gun and that he can come help him out.
Well, hey, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right then? You tell Zip, hey, we're going to go handle this shit or whatever?
Yeah, like, if y'all want us to come, like, you know what I'm gonna do that? They was they gonna get 662 blood.
Who said that?
So later, Duane Davis organizes 2 vehicles to go over to the 662 Club. Before that, he gets the gun from Zip Martin. He goes out to his Mercedes-Benz, gets the gun from Zip Martin, and then after some time, he assembles 2 cars to go to 662 to violently confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight for the beating of his nephew. Anderson, they go in a white Cadillac and they go to Club 662, waiting for Tupac Shakur, waiting for Suge Knight, waiting for this violent confrontation. And what you'll learn is that Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight don't show up while they're there.
We went up to 626, they didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes, they didn't show up. So, it's like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out the van, they had to jump in the Cadillac.
So what you hear Duane Davis say is he got out of the van and goes into the Cadillac. And the plan at that point is to go to a liquor store, get some booze, and then go back to the Las Vegas Strip and party. What the original intention was before Orlando Anderson was beaten at the MGM Grand. But on the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Duane Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre Dre, or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. And that Duane Davis himself, Keefe D, is in the front passenger side. And this is how Duane Davis explains the murder
Y'all,
of Tupac Shakur.
congrats by the way on the win.
Liquor store right there, then we came up on Harlem.
It's lost to number
Main
1.
Boulevard.
It's to number 2, maybe 3.
Shit. Here they come in that BMW, like, hey,
Yeah.
and brawls, Tupac, Tupac. We like, there you go. Hey, did you turn
Alright, I'm gonna
the
take a
light
coffee
on,
break. I'm
baby?
gonna turn off my camera. I'll be right back. But we're gonna watch what you guys
There's a little
at the
lane.
beginning because I didn't
We
even
pull
record.
on the side, check every
Yeah,
car,
at
see
the
what they
beginning.
was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girls shouting at Tupac?
Tupac, he gave himself away. Otherwise, they would got away. Yo, and you know how you do. They was shit. And we got him.
You did a U-turn, so then you pulled.
On the side, check every car, see where they was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girls shouting at Tupac?
Tupac, he gave himself away. Otherwise, they would got away. Yo, and you know how you do. They was shit. And we got him.
You did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You guys were in the car. Have you already handed him the gun at this point, or at what point do you hand him the gun?
I thought he was gonna go on my side. You know, that's one of them that going to the out for him, you know. And he pulled on his side.
So you were fitting to blast if you had to, or you were just?
Yeah, if we would've been on my side, I would've been.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat.
Yeah.
You can hear Lane.
I gave it to Dre, Dre was like, no. And Lane's like, dude, fuck.
So what you hear Duane Davis admit, is that as they see Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight driving to Club 662, Duane into that car. Duane Davis explains this over and over again.
Literally, on the street.
Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks.
Yeah.
One other thing Duane Davis talks about during the murder of Tupac Shakur is that there's a car full of women. I think he calls them broads at one point. Car full of women who are there as well. And you're going to hear from one of those women. And what she's going to tell you is that she disagrees slightly with Mr. Davis's rendition of facts. They were in fact communicating with Suge at Tupac's car, But they weren't talking to Tupac, they were talking to Suge. And what she says is she hears gunshots, she sees the white Cadillac flee, and then what Duane Davis interprets as them chasing her, she'll tell you is them just panicking and trying to get away. But she will say they inadvertently follow Duane Davis and the other people in the white car as they are fleeing. After Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur's vehicle is shot, Suge Knight makes a U-turn and heads back to the Las Vegas Strip. The car ultimately can go no further and stops. Police arrive, medical arrive, and you will hear that Suge Knight was grazed in the head and had some glass going in his neck. He ultimately survives those injuries and is released fairly quickly. You'll also hear that Tupac Shakur was shot multiple times, that he was brought to UMC, and that 6 days later, he succumbed to those injuries. And within 24 hours, the Cadillac and the assailants are back in Compton. They stay the night, and they drive right home as though nothing happened. But a war followed them back to Compton. Because while people were afraid to come forward to police, the police knew and the streets knew that Southside Compton Crips were responsible for this murder. And the war that follows at Compton is a bloody one. You'll hear that Mob Piru and Southside Crip members start shooting at each other. Within 10 days, 3 people are killed. A number of people are shot, including an 11-year-old girl. And what you'll also learn is that none of those cases were prosecuted. Why? Because in this context, in the gang context of this, the combination of gangs and guns is scary. And in this world, silence means survival. The one person who has a hard time being silent is Duane Davis. You're going to hear from 1998 to 2023, Duane Davis has given a number of statements regarding this case. So, as early as 1998, Davis spoke to the FBI. He admitted he was in Las Vegas during Tupac's murder, but he denies being responsible.
I know the video is kind of choppy because we were having some technical difficulties in the beginning, okay? It got worked out.
These are interviews regarding drug transactions and drug trafficking, but he does say that Tupac does come up, and Duane Davis admits to being in Las Vegas for Tupac Shakur's murder. Says he wasn't involved, but he was mad at Christopher Wallace. Is that Christopher Wallace is killed leaving a party in LA. Also at that party, Duane Davis. Christopher Wallace was, there's a suspect vehicle that involved a Chevy SS Impala. And Duane Davis happened to own a Chevy SS Impala. Now, as a result of that, the task force decides, well, let's look at Duane Davis. And the thing we know about Duane Davis is that he trafficked narcotics. And so they were able, through a CI and an undercover, to have a drug transaction with Duane Davis. And as a result, Duane Davis now has a case, big trafficking case. And so the federal task force approaches Duane Davis and his attorney, and they say, hey, look, we want information regarding the murder of Christopher Wallace. That is what we are trying to investigate. And what Duane Davis says is, I don't have any information about that thing. But I can tell you about what we did. I can tell you this. In 2009, though, Duane Davis gives an interview to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Detective Dan Long. Now, Duane Davis is more guarded in that interview. It is a different setting than the interview of 2008. It's not a secret proffer agreement. But Duane Davis does admit a number of things. That he was in Las Vegas, that he was mad about Orlando Anderson getting beat, that he was the boss, that he was in the white Cadillac, that he procured the firearm that ultimately killed Tupac Shakur. Then, in 2011, the landscape changes. Because in 2011, Greg Kading, the guy who was leading the task force in 2008, the guy who organized the secret proffer between Duane Davis and the federal task force, he leaves law enforcement and Stray's involvement in the murder.
Okay, I found the glitch.
About
Sorry.
James Brown's
It was like replaying the audio and I had to go find it. I'm
And
like,
this is a
which one
problem
is
for
fucking
Duane
playing it?
Davis.
But it was Kick.
Because
Assholes.
that meeting was supposed to be secret. And now his cooperation with federal authorities is open to the world. Not only that, Greg Kading is now profiting off Duane Davis's life story. So, in 2017, Duane Davis decides to go public. He's approached by the producers of a show called Death Row Chronicles that appears on BET.
Stupid move!
And this is just a small portion of what he says is his motivation for appearing.
When it went in Keefe D days, I was a popping, teen, creative drug dealer. I'm the only one alive that really can tell you the story about the Tupac Shakur. People have been pursuing me for 20 years. Newspapers, magazines. I'm coming out now to tell the story because I got cancer. I got nothing else to lose. All I care about now is the truth.
Duane Davis says, all I want to do now is tell the truth. And in the 2017 public interview, he's a little evasive, but he admits to being the boss. He admits to being in the white Cadillac. And he admits to be part of the murder of Tupac Shakur. And when he says he's the only person that can tell what happened, he's right. Because by 2017, Terrence Brown is deceased. DeAndre Smith is deceased. Orlando Baby Lane Anderson is deceased. Terrence Brown was murdered in an unrelated incident. Orlando Anderson was murdered in an unrelated incident. And DeAndre Smith died from health issues. Remarkably, in 2019, Duane Davis then decides he's going to publish his own book. And with regards to the book, it is certainly a lot of self-aggrandizement. But again, the core remains. He was mad about the beating of Orlando Anderson, his nephew. He was in Las Vegas. He got the gun. He was in the white Cadillac, and he handed the gun to the shooters. And what you'll notice is a constant thing that always goes through these statements is Duane Davis's visceral anger.
He was snitching on
at
himself,
Tupac
bruh.
Shakur for putting hands on his nephew. In the book, he says, them jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their ass. Then, Duane Davis decides that he's going to do public interviews regarding his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
So you ended up getting in the car with Baby Lane and them? I got in the car with them, yeah. We ran into them, went to the light on Sunset and Flamingo, and dude, we acted like he was in a parade or something, that nigga, in that BMW, hanging out the window, hey, this Tupac, he's Tupac. And them bitches, they was hollering for him. I mean, they heard that motherfucker. They came up on the side of him. Shit.
Davis's public admissions mirror his private ones. He admits to being a leader of Southside Crips. He admits to the significance of the fight over the death row chain at the Lakewood Mall. He admits to being in Las Vegas the night of the fight. He admits to being angry that Tupac stomped Orlando Anderson at the MGM. He admits that he was hunting down Tupac and Shook, first going to 662. He admits that he got a Glock 40 from Eric Zip Martin for the purposes of hunting Tupac. He admits that he was in a white Cadillac with his gang members looking for Tupac. He admits to seeing Tupac in a black BMW and then changing directions, making that U-turn to confront Tupac.
My coffee, like.
He admits to putting the gun he obtained that night.
Hold up, he admitted to all of this? Hold the fuck up, cause we gonna rewind this. What? This is just my opinion, okay? I'm just letting y'all know this is my opinion. This is a rewatch. That's what we doing. Put up with it. Oh well. What the hell? You feel me? What? So he admitted to what? Hold on.
Davis's public admissions mirror his private ones.
He does
admits
it
to
what?
being a leader of Southside Crips. He admits to the significance of the fight over the death row chain at the Lakewood Mall. He admits to being in Las Vegas the night of the fight. He admits to being angry that Tupac stomped Orlando Anderson at the MGM. He admits that
Wait, didn't he say that he wasn't there? Hold on, I'm gonna look for the clip where he says he's not. I think it's on my Instagram. Let me go on my Instagram. And we're gonna look for this Keefe D video. And I think Channel 8 actually has it, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, because we're gonna look for it. In a way, he's saying that. Damn, I got a ton of notifications. 8 News? Oh, what the fuck? 8 News now. He had an interview and he basically talked about how, like, he wasn't even in Vegas. We're gonna go back. I think it's this one.
Tupac Shakur is scheduled to start Monday. In a recent interview with Me from Jail, Duane Keefe D. Davis denied his involvement and pointed to the former head of security for Death Row Records. Now Reggie Wright Jr. is giving me his side of the story.
Even his own attorney said he's a pathological liar, right? But it's unfortunate that he want to bring me into this after all of the years.
Bring out them receipts, you feel me? Hold on.
That his defense is heading kind of downhill.
Reggie Wright Jr. responding to
Okay, what I'm trying to find
claims made by
the
Duane
part
Keefe D. Davis,
where he's
view from jail days
where he
before
says
the
he wasn't
start
even
of
there.
his
Hold on.
murder trial.
The evidence point to Reggie Wright Jr. And he brought up my name from day one. And he basically started some bull.
Wright says he was in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996, but insists he was at a nightclub, not the scene of the deadly shooting.
Well, the guys from the entourage came up to me and said, Red, Suge and Tupac just got shot down the street.
Days later,
we knew of the Southside Compton Crips, but we didn't know the actual players until later on that week.
He says a police detective identified Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson, in surveillance video. This scuffle between Anderson.
This isn't the video. The one I'm looking for is the one where he says he was not in Las Vegas. Let's go look. Hold on. I'm gonna go over here. And this gotta go back. Hold on. We're gonna look for it. Keefe D says on video, not in Las Vegas. Because I know it exists. I saw it. I wasn't in Las Vegas, Fox 5. That's who it was. We gonna watch this real quick. You know what I'm saying? There you go.
With his murder trial now
This
only
receipt
days
right
away,
here.
the only man ever arrested in connection with the 1996 killing of Tupac Shakur is speaking from jail. Duane Keefe D. Davis has been behind bars since 2023, accused of orchestrating the shooting that killed the rap icon on the Las Vegas Strip. Shakur was shot just hours after attending the Mike Tyson fight at the MGM Grand on September 7, 1996. He died 6 days later. Fox 5's Victoria Saha spoke to Davis just days before he's set to face a jury.
Duane Davis is standing by his claim that he is innocent. Davis tells me he was not in Las Vegas the night Tupac Shakur was murdered, and now he's also distancing himself from the very book prosecutors say he co-authored and may use against him at trial, saying a ghostwriter wrote it and he never even read it. Here's a little bit of our conversation.
How the fuck you gonna write a book, put your name on it, and not read it? Let me ask you that. How the fuck you gonna do? I'm sorry, excuse my language. I should probably bleep that out. But yeah.
In Vegas, the night that Tupac died, when there was the Mike Tyson fight, I read your book, every single page. You included a picture of your sister and yourself at the fight.
That wasn't no fight. Why would I wear an overcoat in September? That's what, I had no fight. Why would I wear an overcoat and I had a suit on and an overcoat? That was a New Year's party.
So it says over here, me and my sister at the fight.
I didn't author that book. That dude just put that stuff in there. Ain't had no fight. September the 7th, it'll be 115 degrees. What I want to wear a suit with an overcoat on and a hat. Don't make sense.
After this is all over, how would you want to be remembered?
As a good man and a good father. And it's wrong, you know what I'm saying? They got an innocent man in jail.
An innocent man in jail. What about the innocent guy that got shot down? Because y'all don't know how to fucking behave.
All they had to do was just put a lie detector on me and I would have passed with flying colors. I ain't killed nobody. My nephew ain't killed nobody. They had a script already ready.
It's going to be 30 years since Tupac Shakur was murdered here in Las Vegas. Does his family deserve the truth?
Yeah. Yeah, his family do on it. And it's going to come out. The interviews I was paid to say that.
Who wrote the book, Casper?
Davis also raised concerns about his family's safety, and in his final words before the call ended, he said simply, "If I don't win in this court, I'll win in the next level." You can watch that full 25-minute interview over on fox5vegas.com and on Fox 5.
Bruh. He said he's gonna win in the next court. You mean at your appeal? Because you only get one appeal. I don't think so, but whatever. Who wrote the book? Who wrote it better? Clearly it was the Casper.
He was hunting down Tupac and Shakur, first going to 616. He admits to
Oh, sorry, I have my shit on mute. Oops. Oh, sorry.
He admits to being in Las Vegas the night of the fight. He admits to being angry that Tupac stomped Orlando Anderson at the MGM. He admits that he was hunting down Tupac and Shakur, first going to 662. He admits that he got a Glock 40 from Eric Zip Martin for the purposes of hunting Tupac. He admits that he was in a white Cadillac with his gang members looking for Tupac. He admits to seeing Tupac in a black BMW and then changing directions, making that U-turn to confront Tupac and Shakur. He admits to putting the gun he obtained that night in the back seat of the vehicle so the shooters could shoot. And again, what remains, even as late as 2020, 2021, 22, is Duane Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur. And again, what remains, even as late as 2020, 2021, 22, Duane Davis's visceral.
I guess they were playing this at the court, but they couldn't hear it.
You don't think that man is wrong? He could have reacted in a better way, I guess. I'm talking. Vlad is his fucking biggest fan. He admitted that that man is wrong, man. He's wrong, man. But that was only done out of loyalty, man. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. He never jumped. My nephew didn't jump on him. He jumped on my nephew.
We gotta find this video because we can't hear it, and they were playing it in the courtroom. So what video is this? Hold on. interview. Let's watch. Videos. There's gotta be. When did they say this was from?
And again, what remains, even as late as 2020, 2021, 22, is Duane Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur.
All right, 2020 interview. Hold on. We gonna look this up. This is research right here. Y'all get a kicker out of this. Hold on. It's gotta be on YouTube. My eyes hurt.
My nephew never jumped over here. He jumped on my nephew. My nephew did throw a punch, man. Shit was wrong, dude. Jumped on the fucking kid, dude.
And this anger is not just demonstrated publicly, but you will hear as recently as 2024, privately, in a conversation with his son, he talks about his feelings about Tupac Shakur, nearly 30 years after the murder.
What I do is I'll pay out the report him, dude. Oh, you stop the and put them on me to go back. You know what I'm saying?
Hold up, they're playing audio at the fucking trial. Not. I need to stop. All right, let's watch.
Years later, that is the visceral anger that Duane Davis.
All right, I found the clip. We're gonna watch it because we couldn't hear it. Here you go.
You was telling me before this interview that, Orlando, his favorite rapper was Pac?
Yeah, he has some good lyrics. He liked it him over Biggs. A lot of people liked it him over Biggs. Yeah, he was hard. He was versatile. He's versatile. He can go with the knowledge. He can go to the gangster. All eyes on me. He had some good ass songs. I ain't gonna lie. That double album was a motherfucker.
Of course, that album went hard.
Yeah, you know that double album was too cold. All eyes on me. That was yeah. That was our boy. All of us, our whole low rider club used to be bumping that. All eyes over us. You know? Yeah. I hate that shit happened, dog. I really do, man. Cause it fucked up a lot of people's lives, dude. Hate that shit happened. Promise to God. I feel that was wrong, man. It was just purely wrong. You know what I'm saying? I wish that shit had never happened. You know what I'm saying? That's my opinion on it.
I believe that sometimes when somebody tries to make you believe a lie, they just keep going with it, Let's see how much more he tries to push it.
Wish that shit would have never happened, dude. You know what I'm saying? I lost my Colombian plug. You know what I'm saying? Been having the feds up my ass for 15 years. Couldn't do nothing. Couldn't catch a break, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I did time behind that shit. When I went to the feds the first time, they had me on the second phone call. My lawyer like, you ain't in there for this shit, Keefe. You know what you in there for. I'm like, oh, okay, big dog. He said they're gonna try to get enough evidence so you won't get out. And he kept on coming up there saying, you're never getting out. That day I got released, I was looking for it. You hear me?
I made it out, but that dude didn't stop. That's all I can tell you. The dude, major crime unit from the FBI, LA area. Boosie couldn't handle that pressure. You know what I'm saying? I handled that shit. I was up under that shit for 15 years, Mr. Boosie Boots. You know what I'm saying? And I felt I did good, bro. You know? And anybody in their right mind would have did that shit in their right mind. You know what I'm saying? The deal they gave me, anybody in their right mind would have did that shit. Free their people, straight the indictment. You know what I'm saying? Anybody in their right, because they was punishing my crew all over the country, dude. They was for to punish us. And they was going to leave people homeless. You know what I'm saying? People, family on the streets and shit. And put us, all they mans in jail. So just one day man's going to suffer. Our families are going to suffer. Our babies, our grandkids, everybody's going to suffer. So I felt, I was like Moses, dude. Save my people.
Hold the fuck up. He said he felt like Moses. He literally said that right now. He said he felt like Moses, save my people.
And that's the kind of deal they gave me. Anybody in their right mind would have did that shit. Even Mr. Tough Ass Boosie.
Right. But yeah, man, that's wild, man. So Orlando, his favorite rapper was Pac.
Yeah. We liked it. Good dude, yeah. Everybody used to bump that shit. The whole fucking world liked it, that shit. All eyes up. If you didn't like that shit, you was a hater. You know, goddamn well, you know, goddamn that shit was hard, motherfucker. I liked the shit too. If Biggie them didn't like that shit, if Puff didn't like that shit, they hating too. Gene Deal didn't like that shit, they hating too. Clark Kent didn't like that shit, they hating too. What's his name? What's the dude name? Grandmaster Flex. If he didn't like, he bumped the shit out of that shit. That shit was hard. Everybody, the whole world liked that shit. That's why it sold so much. Come on, man. You ain't got no good ears if you didn't like that shit. Something fucking wrong with you. You know what I'm saying? Be honest. Did you like it?
Of course.
You was a youngster too. You was a youngster. That all eyes on me. I used to be coming in my lowrider. All eyes on me. You know, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. That shit was hard. And I used to be like, yeah, all eyes on me. You know, I ain't gonna lie. That shit was hard. You know that shit was hard. But to give him his props, that motherfucker had some good shit. You know that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, no. He pushed it a little bit too much. Like, I don't know how to explain it. You can just tell. Oops.
Tupac Shakur. It did it in 2.5 hours. He took care of what he thought was the proper response. And 28 years later, he still is angry about what Tupac did. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur publicly, on camera, participated in a humiliating beating of Duane Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson. Duane Davis knew that in his world, that required a response. And over the years, in private interviews, in public statements, and even in private calls, Duane Davis has repeatedly told us over and over again about the anger he felt and his own role in the revenge drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. And now, nearly 30 years later, we're going to ask you to finally hold Duane Davis accountable.
Hello, my YouTube friends. I've gotten a lot of questions in my live stream about how to
Thank you, Mr.
stream.
I had pushed the button to go listen to some shit, and
Wait just a quick second.
Of course, whenever you're ready.
That's fine.
Yeah. I think this is the HTML cable.
You got it, or do you want IT to assist you?
I think I got it. This
Okay.
is it, right?
ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, all eyes are on him for
morning.
sure.
We spent a lot of time, I think, when we were picking a jury to determine who would be the right jurors for a case like this. Obviously, we want people who are going to reserve judgment until the end, but really look at the evidence with a critical eye. Now, what the state has just told you what they believe to be the evidence in this case. But really, at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself if what they're saying is really truth or fiction, fact or fiction. I don't know if some of you recall, but I had asked the question specifically about what you were holding in your hands. And right now, for instance, you're all holding notepads and pens. That would be a fact, right? And in this case, for instance, I had asked before about the idea of, I can just do this, right? Microphone. I'd asked some of you if that microphone was buried and dug up 30 years from now, would it still be a microphone? The answer is yes. And the reason why that's important is because in this case, what they are telling you, they're representing to be a fact when it really is fiction. And it's up to you to determine what the facts are in this case. Now, I'm going to give you a timeline here for you to understand just a little bit of how this is going to work, because there's so much evidence in this case that we have to sort of compartmentalize some things. And what I've done is really just sort of focused on the 3 detectives that work this file from beginning to now. First detective you will hear about is Detective Becker. He works the file. He's the original detective on the scene. Detective Long takes over the case for about 15 years or so, and then it ends with Detective Mogg, who presents this to the grand jury in 2023. But why this timeline is relevant is because you have to see the span of time for yourself. 30 years. And ask yourself this, what facts?
I know this is still when like the video's kind of laggy, so.
Now Detective Becker does what every homicide detective does when he arrives on scene. He's assigned to the case. He starts his investigation. At that particular time, though, Tupac Shakur was not dead. He was critically injured. He was at UMC, and it isn't until 6 days later that he passes away. But Detective Becker starts his initial investigation because it's pretty serious, and as a result, he just takes over the investigation. What he will testify to is that Flamingo Cole on a Saturday night, in the middle of a fight between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon, it was very busy when he arrived. And he arrived at a time where he was able to determine cartridge casings, .40 caliber, that was found at the scene. That's another fact for you. But at some point they're going to learn, he learns that potentially it was a Glock 40 that was the actual firearm that was used in this case. And then when crime scene analysts arrive on scene, they document the evidence. And they document the cars. That will be important, and you'll determine at some point why the cars are documented. And with regard to Detective Becker, what he'll tell you is police officers write reports. Critical. Hugely important. Why? Because at some point in the future, like in this case 30 years later, Detective Becker will not remember details like he would if he had what? His report in front of him. And that's going to be important for you to consider in this case. Now, what Detective Becker does, though, is because of the outcry, the attention, the media focus on this case, he took his file and he secured it in his office under lock and key. Because he was worried about leaks in Metro, leaking information out to the public, because so many people wanted to know answers to the question as to what happened and who did this to Tupac Shakur. Now, what you're going to find is, when Detective Becker testifies in this case, that a lot of his reports are now missing. They're gone. Which is Metro's responsibility to hold and to pass on to the next detective, and then finally to the next detective. Now, Detective Becker also did not trust Compton PD. Why is that important in this case? Because there's an individual by the name of Reggie Wright Sr. He was a lieutenant working in Compton in charge of the gangs in Compton in terms of investigation.
Hold on, so Reggie Wright Jr.? There's a Reggie Wright Sr. that's a lieutenant for the Compton gang unit? Hold the fuck on, this is getting interesting here. Hold on.
His son is Reggie Wright Jr. He was the head of security for Death Row Records.
Boom! So Reggie Wright Sr. was the lieutenant for the Compton gang unit, and Reggie Wright Jr. was the head of security for Death Row Records, which is obviously, dang, that's crazy.
The same security that was here in Las Vegas on the 9th of September 7th, 1996. Death Row Records was affiliated with Mob Pyru Blood, and detectives Ladd and Brennan from Compton answered directly to Reggie Wright Sr. Becker did not trust Compton PD. And the one thing that he really didn't trust is that most of their information came from confidential informants that were not reliable. And he'll tell you that. And because of his intuition, Compton PD was shut down in September of 2000 due to internal corruption.
So they were shut down because of internal corruption. This is crazy. We did not know this. Okay. That's nuts. Whoa. We just, what?
They just evaporated that police department, and the sheriff's department for LA County absorbed the responsibilities for the police department in Compton because of the corruption that was there. Now what facts, right? Just like the pads of paper that you have in your hand and the pens that you have in your hand, what facts can we determine from Detective Becker's efforts? First and foremost, we know that Tupac was shot multiple times. That's a fact. That can be proven. We know that it was with a .40 caliber firearm. That's a fact, due to the cartridge casings. On the corner of Flamingo and Cobalt. That's also a fact, right? We're on board so far? We know the date, September 7th, 1996. That is a fact. At 11:17 p.m., we know that to be a fact as well. And then finally, that he was in a vehicle during election night, and that Tupac died 6 days later. Those are facts that will not be refuted by anybody in this courtroom during the time we spend together. But here's the one thing. There are no facts to point to Keefe. Not one. You're going to hear about this over and over and over again. No facts like the microphone in your hand or the pad of paper that you have that you write on. Detective Long takes over the case in 2002, and he has it from 2002 to 2017. He was, interestingly enough, on the gang unit, and at the time of the shooting, he was in gangs, and he had been one of the first to arrive on scene. He will testify and tell you that every time he did something on this file, he wrote a report. Because that's important. That's what you do as a police officer. And he conducted follow-up interviews, and he made some travel to Compton. He will tell you those things. That's his role in all of this. But here's the thing. Detective Long also encountered some challenges in this case. They had to hide the case file with Metro because people were still accessing the file in Metro, and they weren't authorized to do so. So they changed the case number so that people couldn't find the file. In addition to that, what you're going to learn is LAPD reached out to him, called him up and said, hey, Detective Long, we have the gun. And we've tested it, and it matches back to what you're looking for in terms of the weapon that killed Tupac Shakur. Detective Long goes to LAPD, gets the gun, transports it back, gets it tested, and it comes out as not a match. LAPD tells him after, we gave you a fake gun to test you out. This is the level of, I don't know how to put it, that was going on during this time period between Metro, LAPD, and Compton. This is what's happening during this time period. Leads, according to Detective Long, became very scarce and stale, meaning that it was just taking a long time for him to follow up with people. Witnesses became unavailable. Why do you think that is? Because of time. So as a result, memories started failing because of that time. So Detective Long had these challenges. But here's what Detective Long does. He interviews Keefe in 2009. Sits him down, has an interview with Keefe, just like the state said. And guess what happens? Detective Long doesn't even know that Keefe had actually spoken to a task force the year before. How is that possible? Metro is the agency responsible for the investigation of Tupac Shakur's murder, and they don't even know about this. No one in that room in 2008 told Detective Long or Metro what was going on. And you know who was in the room in 2008? You had FBI in the room. You had DEA in the room. You had LAPD in the room. You had the United States Attorney for the Central District of California in that room. And Detective Long does not know about any of that. What you also learn is out of all those people in that room, not one person verifies what Keefe D tells them. That the FBI, the gold standard of investigation in our country, did not go out and follow up on what was said. Now, one of the things the state showed you was a picture of a car and indicated there was 4 individuals in that car. And he tell you that at some point, 3 of those individuals are dead and Keefe's the only one that's remaining. But at the time that he gives his statement to the task force in 2008, there's another individual that's still alive. They never interviewed that individual to verify if that information was true. Why not? Because the FBI just fell asleep, that the LAPD just didn't care. Keefe was never charged for any of what he said during that time period. And it's because they knew he was full of crap. Otherwise they would have. Why wouldn't they? When Detective Long comes back to Las Vegas, he goes and he talks it over with the Clark County District Attorney's Office. And you know what happened then? They didn't charge the case either. In 2009. Ask yourself the reason why that is. Is because they just didn't care about Tupac Shakur or his life? Or is it because they looked into it and realized we can't verify this information, we don't believe this to be true? Why would the Clark County District Attorney's Office not charge him in 2009? Now, what facts do we get out of Detective Long based upon what he did for those 15 years? We don't have any facts. Outside of statements made, allegedly by Keefe D and other people, we don't have anything to verify any of that information. Not one single thing to corroborate the statements made by that man in 2008 or 2009. Not only by Metro, but by the FBI, by LAPD, by the DEA, by the United States Attorney's Office. No one corroborates any of this. So, 2017 comes along, and an entity called the Center of Investigative Reporting, they file what's called a FOIA request with Metro. And what that means is, FOIA is the Freedom of Information Act. It allows or requires government agencies to give up information if you ask for it. That's the rule. It's to be transparent. And people wanted to know what was going on with the murder files. This is 2017. This is years after any of the statements that were made and anything else. Where's the investigation? What's going on? Well, Metro said, no, we're not going to give it to you. So in 2018, the Center turns around and files a lawsuit against Metro to force them to give them the file, to show them what work had you been doing over, at that particular point, I don't know, what's that, 20 years? That's when Detective Mogg enters the picture. What you will learn is that Detective Mogg basically says, I'm here just to close out the case. He's not here to solve the mystery of who killed Tupac. So with everything you have in front of you that you're now hearing for the first time in terms of the statements that were made in 2008, 1998, 1990, whatever, Detective Mogg comes along and says, I'm just here to close out the case. That's his role. And what you're going to learn is Detective Mogg received a copy of what's called the Death Row Chronicles in 2018. It's not a deposition. It's not testimony under oath. It's edited and it's done for entertainment purposes. He receives a copy of it. You know what happens when he receives that copy of the interviews that the state has basically shown you in this case? No charges filed. Why? So, Keefe writes a book, allegedly. Right? Allegedly, he writes this book called Conflict Free Legend in 2019. You know what happened with the book? Right? Even he confesses to it. What you find is no charges filed. What is going on? District Attorney's Office doesn't want to charge the case. No charges filed when the interview happens. No charges are filed when the book is written. What is going on? 5 years goes by, and nothing is going on with the case. But Detective Mogg says he's closing it out. Detective Mogg turns around and applies for what's called a search warrant. Now, what a search warrant is that in July of 2023, around that time period, a search warrant requires a police officer to get permission from a judge to basically violate the sanctity and privacy of your home. Right? There's got to be legal reasons for it. He's got to go through that process, and he's got to ask permission from a judge in order for him to get that. And what he does in that search warrant application is he assures the judge, hey, what we are looking for is in the home. The thing that's going to help us solve this crime, who killed Tupac, is in the home. And he signs an affidavit, and that's important. I want you to remember this. He signs an affidavit attesting to what he's saying to this judge to be true and correct. What he says is, I think we have evidence in Keefe D's home that will solve the murder of Tupac. So up until this point, they've got all these statements, they can't be corroborated. So now they're saying, we have evidence in this home that we think probably is in the home. And as a result, we're going to find this evidence. It's going to help us solve this case. What I'm going to tell you right now is that you don't find it. And in the meantime, Detective Mogg retires. He now becomes Mr. Mogg. And Mr. Mogg goes to the grand jury. And in the grand jury, it's a secret proceeding. We're not there, but the defense, isn't sitting like we are here. It's just the prosecutors. There's a panel of people called the grand jurors. Now, what you're going to find out about Mr. Mogg is that he never wrote a report. So when he took over the case in 2017, all the way up until when he retired in 2023 and was in front of the grand jury, he never wrote a report. Not one time. Not like Detective Becker and not like Detective Long. And not like any other police officer who does their job. This man never writes a report. In fact, what happens is he transitions, right? He's Metro detective, he retires, and then he gets a job working as an independent contractor for the district attorney's office as an investigator. And as an investigator, he doesn't have any police power. He continues to work as a lead detective on this case. Even though the procedure is you hand your file and your officer's report to the next detective in line. That's how this works. But he keeps the file for himself and he starts billing against the file after he retires as a detective with Metro. Because now he's an independent contractor. That's important to know. Why is that important? Because what the evidence is going to show you is that he backloaded his work. And when he finally writes a report, it's not an officer's report, it's an investigative report that spans from 2018 to current, and we just received it about 5 weeks ago. The importance of capturing everything you do, the accuracy that you would need to be able to be in court on a murder case, not some type of, college paper that you forgot to do and then the last second just put something together and, get it out the door. Mr. Mogg does not do any of that. That's going to be important later for you to consider. Because Second of all, you're also gonna find that he's a former Compton police officer. He worked for Compton PD for about 5 years, and apparently he got disabled. At some point, he becomes a felon. You're gonna learn about that. And his father, like I said before earlier, Reggie Wright Sr. was the head of the Compton PD gang unit. What you're also gonna learn about Reggie is that, once again, he was supposed to be protecting Suge Knight. Where was he the night of the shooting? In addition to that, he orders his security team to not carry firearms the night of the shooting, before the shooting took place. What you're also gonna learn is, he wasn't even around when the shooting occurred. So the principal, meaning the person he should have been protecting the most, would have been Suge Knight, the head of Death Row Records. This man was nowhere to be found. He was sitting at a club called 662 down the street, waiting for Suge to show up, while he left his people that were working for him unarmed in the vehicles behind Suge Knight. And when push comes to shove, he orders his people to lie to police during their investigation. That's going to be called by them. That guy's going to be called by them. In addition to that, when everything was said and done, Suge Knight went to prison because he was not supposed to be in a fight in Las Vegas. He violates his release. Guess who takes over Death Row Records? Reggie Wright Jr. Now, the state is also going to bring in other people with unreliable positions, including criminal histories, financial motivations, and inconsistent statements. That are the people and the quality of the evidence that you're going to listen to in this case. Just to give you another example, there's going to be an individual by the name of Devonta Dirt Rockley. Who is he? He's been a paid informant for years. You're going to hear that they have paid him to be an informant. He will, of course, say whatever he needs to say to avoid his own criminal actions, but his testimony will be inconsistent. And that's what you have to really rely on, is what exactly is he going to say, and can you even believe it? In addition to that, you're also going to learn about a disgraced LAPD detective by the name of Greg Cady. The state told you about him. He wrote a book. He benefited off of what was happening with regards to Keefe D. Now, Greg Cady, he stole the file. What you're going to learn is he actually stole the file. He took the Tupac and the Biggie case files and walked out the door. This is an LAPD detective that they are using, or one of the people that they're going to be focusing on to establish their case. He writes the book, and then he holds himself out as the person who solves the murder. That's Greg Cady. That's the LAPD detective. Now, what you're also going to learn is Greg Cady, when he was a detective with LAPD, was basically caught manipulating witnesses. And because he was caught manipulating witnesses, it led to cases being overturned as a result. There was a court finding on this issue. A judge determined that. And there we go. That's Greg Cady. That's a witness in this case from that. Now, your challenges, right? I mean, gosh, we're sitting here.
Witnesses are getting called. They already called, I believe.
Things going on. But it's really time. Like, how do you, as a juror,
and then he's like,
try to
oh, I
figure
got
out
it
time on this case? There's been so much time. Delays. By who, though? And there's corruption. How do you look at your information that you're receiving with anything more than just like skepticism? Like, you're gonna look at this stuff and be like, well, I mean, you have a motive to lie. You have a motive to tell or deceive. And it's because at the end of the day, there's not actual facts. When you get past all the talk and me talking, just look at the actual facts. What facts do you have to support any of what Keefe D said on any of his interviews or in the book? When you look at this relevant timeline again, and you see the length of time, ask yourself, what facts do they have to even put Keefe D in a car in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996? What facts? When you look at the video that happened at the MGM, look for them. Try to find them in there. Try to find any of the other individuals. Remember, he said there's 3 individuals in the car with him and Orlando Anderson. Orlando's in the video because he's getting beat up. Find any of those other individuals on the videos of the MGM. Look for evidence that shows that Keefe D was even in Las Vegas on the night of the fight. Receipts, credit cards, a picture of him standing next to somebody else, maybe watching the fight from another casino. Something. Give me something. In the book, you're going to learn that Keefe says that he was at the fight. He was sitting on the second row. He was sitting with all the celebrities, and he's dressed in his finest gear. There's not one iota of proof that he was ever at that fight. But you know who does show an iota of proof that he was at the fight? Suge Knight. Suge Knight was raided, and at some point, there is a ticket stub to that fight, the Tyson versus Selden fight with Suge Knight's possession. Because he went to the fight. And you would think, a fight like this, you want to show everyone that you were at the fight. There's no evidence at all that man was even at the fight. When we say fact versus fiction, really at the end of the day, what you're going to hear from witnesses that will testify to this is that Keefe D was known to do this. That's the testimony you're going to hear in this case. That's what you're going to hear about that man right there. And so you have to ask yourself the question. If I just say things, is that going to end up being one of those things where I'm going to be hemmed up for a murder if I just keep repeating that fiction? I keep repeating that? The answer is no. You have to corroborate everything I say in order for it to be true. Otherwise, it's just that. Or fiction. And at the end of all of the time we spend together, what you're going to find is that the state cannot prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt the claim that Keefe had anything to do with a first-degree murder with use of deadly weapon. There's no facts to that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandwood.
I think they're back. Hold on. Let me go look.
And at the end of all of the time we spend together, what you're going to find is that the state cannot prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt the claim that Keefe had anything to do with a first-degree murder with use of deadly weapon. There's no facts to that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandwood. State, at this time, are you prepared to proceed with your case in chief, or did you need a brief break?
Just need a break to bring the evidence in, so maybe give the jury a few minutes.
Sure, we can do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to take a 15-minute break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on a trial of any person
trying to get it to
connected this
work, hold
case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is finally submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11 a.m. Please rise for the jury.
Hold up. Why is it not working for me? I can't see it. Yeah, it is. What the fuck? Why is it not working on... It's not working. something's wrong. You're doing something wrong, something's not working. Let's see if it opens. No, bro. It's not loading. No, it's not loading. This is horrible. I can see it on my phone. I can't see it.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Is there anything we need to address outside the presence?
Hang on.
Okay, you guys are just gonna work on marking those exhibits so it goes a little smoother?
I was gonna bring the box in, we've already given our list and it's marked, and then I just need to grab the exhibits for the witnesses today.
Sounds good. All right. And then we'll give you about an hour, or when we return about an hour and 15 before we have the break.
We're
still on the record, so everybody still needs to remain quiet.
I have to stop at 12:15.
No, I'm just saying, we may be done before 12.
Oh, gosh. Please, Mark. We'll be in business.
Yeah, this shit is not working, bro. Hold on. There has to be another news outlet that's got it. Hold on. Because the one we were watching is not working. I know Fox 5 has it. Hold on. Let's go to ABC. My link is not working. I know they're on live because this is the link that I got sent.
I'm sure the meeting is working when you hold that side yellow. Well, I left, everything was fine. Yes. That much, that long. So it's fine. Oh, you guys were in the joint. Yeah, right.
Okay, we're on record in State versus Davis, C-337-407. We've gotten through some of our technical issues. Anything else we need to address before bringing in the jury? Okay, let's bring them in.
Cool! I think it's working.
Stand for jury.
It's done.
Fuck, bro.
To the parties to go to the presence of the jury.
We do.
Okay, you may all be seated. At this time, the state may call their next witness. All right, Mr. Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to have my clerk swear you. Please raise your right
Yes,
hand.
ma'am.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Brent Becker, BRENTBECKER.
Thank you.
Sir,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, you're retired these days, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
For a living before you retired?
They have a nasty ass.
I was a police officer for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what years were you with Metro?
I was there from 1984 to 2011. I was there from 1984 to 2011.
And in September of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective with the homicide section.
Do you recall how long you'd been with homicide when you, in 1996?
I got into homicide, I think it was November of 1994.
Did you have a partner in 96?
Yes, it was Mike Franks.
And who was your sergeant?
Okay, I got the link to work. I don't know. They
Kevin
have
Manning.
nasty ass feedback. Whoever it is on there.
Sorry. Oh, he's gonna hold on a second. All right, he's gonna work on the echo. Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On September 7th, or into, I guess, technically into September 8th of 1996, did you get called out for a shooting that happened, ultimately determined to be happened at Flamingo and Cobalt?
Yes, Sergeant Manning called me. It was about 12:30 in the morning, and I was asleep, so it would have been September 8th. And so it was around 12:30. So by the time I got up, got dressed, and got there, it was probably about 1 o'clock in the morning on the 8th.
And when you say you got there, what scene did you go to?
Initially, from what I recall, I went to Harmon in the Boulevard because that's where general assignment and everybody was at to get debriefed on things and get some of the notes. And then from what I recall, I went over to Flamingo and Cobalt to kind of look at the scene, but they had some witnesses from the car that supposedly was directly behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur back at Harmon and the Boulevard that I needed to interview.
Can we talk a little bit, first of all, Tupac Shakur is still alive on September 8th of 1996, correct?
That's what I was told. He had already been transported. He was not at the scene when I got there.
Is it somewhat unusual for homicide to be involved in a situation where there isn't a deceased victim yet?
That was very unusual, and normally we don't get called out, at least at that time, we didn't get called out unless there was a deceased victim. So it was unusual. I think when we arrived at the scene, we were told that because of the nature of who the victim was, general assignment wanted us to come out to it.
Let me ask you, we've heard from a first responder today. Back in those days, what was general assignment? What does that mean?
General assignment was in essence, the night detectives. They worked swing shift and graveyard shift. So they were the night detectives that if something needed a detective to respond, they were the ones that got called out to the scene.
So they would have been at this scene before you, and then they made a determination along with, I assume, the command staff that homicide should be called out to this investigation.
Correct. Actually, uniformed officers would have been the first people called to the scene of anything. And general assignment, I'm sure, was monitoring the traffic. So if they had heard the call, they may have been responding, but they would have gone out, assessed the scene, and eventually determined if someone, the type of scene it was and if someone needed to come out to it. And in this case, I guess someone must have called Sergeant Manning because he's the one that called us.
And your partner, Detective Franks, do you recall where he responded
I believe he got sent directly to a University Medical Center, the hospital, which is where Shakur and I believe Suge Knight got sent to.
And your responsibility, was there also crime scene analysts that were called up to the scene?
Yeah, my initial response was to the scene to start handling things directly at the crime scene, yes.
And then does at some point crime scene analyst Dan Ford show up and document the scene while you're present?
Dan Ford was already there from what I recall. They were called CSAs back then, I believe. Yeah, Dan Ford would have already been there. Usually CSAs, because CSAs were assigned to each shift. So I'm pretty sure he was that particular shift CSA. He would have already been out there doing whatever he did for the scene, marking it, taking photographs and such.
When you, at the end of sort of both the two scene investigations, so the Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, as well as the Flamingo and Koval investigation, essentially, what was the facts you were dealing with?
Well, according to the witnesses that I had interviewed, Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, Katari Cox, and Yafu Fula, and I'm just doing what I remember the pronunciation was. They were in the car behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur, and what they described was that a white car, and from what I recall, they described a white Cadillac pulling up alongside Knight's car, and someone inside that white Cadillac opening fire or shooting into the car that Knight and Shakur were at. Their descriptions varied a little bit, but from what I recall, I believe they all said it was a white car and more or less agreed that it was a Cadillac. And there might have been a little bit of a variance between 2 and 4 occupants.
And what direction after the shooting does the vehicle head?
After the shooting, it would have turned south on Koval. That was at Flamingo and Koval, because the Knight group was heading eastbound on Flamingo, and the Cadillac would have originally been heading eastbound, but then it turned southbound on Koval.
And the nature of the bullet holes that are in the BMW that's located at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, all those bullets appear to be coming in from the passenger side of the BMW?
The impact strikes that I saw were all on the right rear passenger door, the right front door, or the right front passenger door. I believe there was some sort of a mark or impact on the windshield. Those were the strikes that you could see. Like, you know, it was you couldn't tell if anything had been a stray of any kind.
So, at your scene, you have bullets being shot from south to north into the passenger side of Suge and Tupac's car, but you have no idea how many actual bullets are fired because you can only see the strikes which are in the car.
Correct. All I can see is what the actual impacts are. That doesn't mean that's how many shots were fired. That's just how many struck the vehicle.
And I think we have another witness who's going to testify to this later, but there are a number of casings, or cartridge cases, expended cartridge cases, that ultimately get collected from the southbound lanes of Flamingo right before Koval. Is that correct?
Yes, without seeing the report, I know that there were fired cartridge cases recovered from the street. I do recall that the number of fired cartridge cases recovered from the street did not match the number of impact strikes on the vehicle, which wouldn't have been surprising considering what traffic probably was on Flamingo on a Saturday night and probably the delay of anybody arriving there, at least from law enforcement.
What happens when, in your experience as a detective, there's a bunch of cartridge cases laying in a busy street and cars driving through? What can happen to those cartridge cases?
Well, especially prior to the uniform officers getting there, cars are driving over them. They're either getting caught within the tread of the tires, or they're getting thrown down the street or thrown into a rain gutter, or, I mean, they could go a lot of different places. We've investigated numerous shootings within streets where you've had fired cartridge cases scattered all over the place. And you never know for sure if you've got all of them, because if something gets caught within a tread of a tire and it doesn't get ejected, unless someone tells you about it later or it gets ejected somewhere else, who knows where it ends up.
In addition to that, when you have your shooter inside a vehicle, are there times that you found casings have gone into the vehicle that the shooter's shooting from?
Yeah, that would depend on if the shots were fired with the handgun inside the window of the car, or if the handgun was outside of the window. Obviously, if the handgun is outside of the window, there's a higher probability. If it's a semi-automatic pistol, there's a higher probability that all those fired cartridge cases ended up outside. If the handgun is on the inside of the vehicle, you have a higher probability of some fired cartridge cases ended up staying inside the car. If it's a revolver, then everything is going to stay within the handgun.
Eventually, I'm kind of jumping forward here, do you have those casings forensically tested?
The firearms examiner ends up testing them. I believe they were able to determine that they thought a Glock, it was going to be a .40 caliber. They were able to determine the caliber, and I believe, because I guess I'm not the expert, the firearms people are, but that a Glock has a particular marking that shows up, and I believe they determined that they thought it was a Glock that fired the weapon, that fired the cartridge cases.
So now you're looking for a white Cadillac occupied somewhere between 2 and 4 times, heading south on Koval, and a Glock 40 caliber firearm.
That was the information we had eventually at the time, yes.
After speaking to the witnesses, did you have any suspect information?
The only thing we had was 2 to 4 people, probably already all black males. The shooter, all we had was a black arm. There was a question of whether it was out the driver's door window or out the back window. There was a lot of questions. And this was strictly coming from the 4 gentlemen, Alexander, Greenidge, Cox, and Fula, from the car that was behind them. You got to realize, as I learned later, there was an entire convoy or entourage, whatever you want to call it, that had been behind them. And none of those people were around. Everybody had skedaddled before we got there, or at least by the time I got there. And so the only information we had was what General Assignment had acquired from, I believe, a couple of witnesses that they had talked to, and some of the people at the scene. I think Detective Franks talked to some girls later on that had been at the scene.
Now, during the course of this, you've mentioned Frank Alexander. Do you know what Frank Alexander's responsibility was that night in the car behind Suge and Tupac?
Frank Alexander said he was Tupac Shakur's bodyguard.
And Yafula Fula? I'm not even going to say him right either.
Fula and Greenidge and Qatari Cox were supposed to be part of the Outlaws. I guess it's like the group, I don't know if you call them the band, but the part of the group that performed with Tupac Shakur.
And those are the only four that stuck around by the time you got there and you were able to take statements from.
I believe they were the only four, plus I know there were a couple other guys they're mentioned in the report. I think Kevin Woods was one of them, and I think they must have got stopped by general assignment or somebody when Suge Knight had made the U-turn to flee or drive away and ended up at Harmon and the Boulevard. Everybody else was gone.
I want to fast forward a little bit. Did you learn of an incident that occurred at the MGM casino shortly after the Tyson-Selden fight?
We eventually learned that. No one claimed that night, but yes, there was a videotape that came about and information about a fight that was caught on videotape where a person was kicked, beaten down by Suge Knight and a bunch of other people in that group. Tupac Shakur was in the group, and Frank Alexander was off in the side.
When you learned about that, did you did Metro initially know the identity of the victim of that beating?
The only thing we had, I believe, was the first name of Orlando. One of the officers that was at the fight that night, I think they were working off duty, because we also saw some video where they had talked to the person. He was wearing a football jersey, and I don't believe there was a written down ID where the ID was obtained, but the first name of Orlando was on there. That was all we had at that time.
Did you make efforts to talk to Suge Knight?
I know that night at the hospital, Detective Franks attempted to, he said. And then I know that for 2 to 3 days after that, we attempted to, and finally were able to get him in and conduct an interview with him.
How did that come about? How does Suge Knight wind up at Metro?
Well, the first couple of attempts weren't very successful, put it this way. He didn't come in. In fact, I think the one time he was supposed to come in, he didn't show up. And then the night he did, I think it was 3 nights after, it would be in the report. When he did arrive, he showed up with David Kenner, David Chesnoff, and George Kalisis, who were all 3 attorneys, who were his representatives, which we thought was weird because Suge Knight was a victim. And I think Reggie Wright Jr. might have been out in the lobby waiting. And then that's when we were finally able to conduct a taped interview of Suge Knight with his 3 attorneys present.
And what were your impressions from that interview?
Suge Knight was not the Suge Knight I expected. Everything, we had done a lot of research in the short time we had been involved, and Suge Knight was not a very timid person in the previous interviews we had seen of him. He was a very boisterous, in charge kind of guy. He was very timid, and to us, his interview was very practiced, and he was very timid, and I thought he lied to us. He just didn't know anything.
Your impression was he was withholding information about what happened.
He just basically said he didn't know anything. He couldn't recognize anybody.
A few days or maybe a week even, does there come a point in time when you get contacted by law enforcement in Los Angeles area, whether it be LAPD, LASO, or Compton PD, that assists you in your investigation?
Tupac Shakur passed away on September 13th. We attended the autopsy, and we were later contacted. Well, I think there was probably some contact with other people within the homicide section. You got to realize there are people higher up than us, but eventually Tim Brennan from Compton PD, I think a Mike Coet, and I don't, Fontenot, something like that from Los Angeles County Sheriffs came down to exchange information, and that's when we showed them the videotape from the MGM.
And once you showed them the videotape from the MGM, were they able to identify for you, first of all, who Orlando was?
They immediately recognized Orlando Anderson. They told us that's Orlando Anderson.
And do they also identify some of the people that are with Suge that you didn't know might have been with Suge?
They recognized Suge Knight. I think they did by monikers, if I remember right. There might have been names. I think Buntry was in the picture, a guy named Buntry. There may have been some others that would have, again, it would be on the report because we did document all this.
Does Trayvon Lane sound familiar to you?
Yes, Trayvon Lane does sound familiar.
What about Neckbone?
They ended up identifying a bunch of people because we ended up getting a substantial amount of information from them.
Does there come a point in time when they let you know that basically there's something happening in Compton that might be really indicative of who may have killed Tupac?
Well, we learned that they had had a series of shootings occurring in Compton, and we're getting a lot of information from informants that was interesting to us. The problem was it was all from informants. We didn't have any actual people that would come forward and testify. So it was information we could use, but we didn't have any witnesses that would be willing to talk to us. It was all hearsay for us.
And before I get too far into the time you go to Compton the first time, were you able to identify that Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, and their entourage was staying at the Luxor?
Well, yeah, we knew that after the beatdown at the MGM, they had all gone because the MGM security had videotaped or filmed the group going through the casino and exiting, and we got information that they went over to the Luxor where they had rooms because we observed or saw some videotape down in the valet area after they had changed clothes and were meeting down there for some vehicles where they had left to go to Suge Knight's house there in Las Vegas.
Judge, I have in my hand a certified record from Luxor of the reservations as 124. I'd offer it.
No objection, Honor.
So admitted.
So you mentioned something that I guess I should get to. Suge and Tupac's group leave the MGM, go to the Luxor, and then did you have law enforcement outside, not for this purpose, but did you have law enforcement working security near Suge Knight's house here in Las Vegas?
We did not, homicide did not. Apparently, there was an off-duty assignment at Suge Knight's community. I guess it's a gated community is where his house was at. And they were working off-duty because of whatever the event was.
And so, did you learn that after the Luxor, they went over to Suge's house?
Yes, we learned that they went over there. There was, I think, a gate log or something, and we learned that several people had gone over there, gone inside, and we eventually acquired that gate log. And then sometime after they had arrived at the house there, they departed, and
That's when the incident occurs.
that's not long after that is when the incident occurred.
All right, let me get back to Compton. At some point, you get told that the Compton Police Department is going to execute search warrants on all of the Mob Piru and Southside Crip residences that they could identify as part of their investigation into the ongoing war now that's happening between Mob Piru and the Southside Crips.
It was kind of twofold. We were told that they were serving search warrants on all these locations for these different groups or gangs, but that there was also at least one murder warrant for Orlando Anderson that they had there in Compton. So it was our understanding that they were going to be arresting him on an outstanding murder warrant there in Compton.
Were you present in Compton when those warrants were executed?
Mike Franks and I did travel down and were present to witness the search warrants being served by Compton and I believe the I don't know if the Los Angeles County Sheriffs participated, the actual deputies. I know that their jail facility people were there.
And you talked about this before. That warrant, had you seen a copy of the affidavit for that warrant?
Yeah, I saw one way back in '96, and I think I've seen one here recently that you showed me that kind of refreshed my memory.
And within that, all of the witnesses are identified as CRIs. Do you know what they were calling CRIs?
What I was told is that it was called a confidential, reliable informant. I don't recall any person being named as a testifying witness to anything. It was all based on confidential, reliable informants that the search warrant was being based on, which I guess in some cases that's not unusual. I know narcotics cases do that quite often, but eventually if you're going to successfully prosecute a case, you need to have somebody willing to testify.
So on October 2nd of 1996, were you present on Burris Ave when Orlando Anderson's residence was, when the police hit it and searched that residence?
I can't tell you if it was Burris Avenue. I remember being somewhere where Orlando Anderson was arrested, yes.
And during that, did you find out information as to where Orlando Anderson was staying when he was in Las Vegas?
Well, yeah, we kind of had an idea before that, but then when he was arrested, we kind of confirmed it that he had been staying at the Excalibur Hotel. We knew he'd been in Vegas because we had him on videotape, but yes.
Judge, I have in my hand state's proposed exhibit number 125, which is a certified copy of, or it's a certified record of the Excalibur. I offer it at this time.
You want to make your approach?
Yes. that will be admitted.
Okay, now I'm try my best here to share my screen with you and see if we can. I want to show you just one little portion of this particular record. Oh. All right, share screen. I guess I should have it up. All right, are you seeing my screen at all?
I see you. I don't see the document. Oh, wait a minute. It just flipped.
You see that document now?
Okay, yeah, I do see a document. It's a affidavit of custodian of records.
Okay, I'm going to roll down here to page 2.
Okay, it's a receipt from Excalibur.
And then I'm going to zoom in here, maybe. Oh, that's the search button. Is this going to let me zoom in here? There we go.
I see some writing down there. Yeah.
That's
Okay,
right.
it zoomed.
Yeah, I'm just going to get to that writing now that I've zoomed in.
Okay.
So on page
All right.
2 here, there's
I
some
see.
handwriting on there.
That's the Stardust and Monte Carlo.
You recognize that handwriting?
That's my handwriting.
So how does that handwriting wind up? Investigation being leaked publicly.
Well, I became aware that there may have been some information being leaked. I couldn't say who specifically was doing it, but I was becoming concerned to the point that in our office we had shelves behind, not behind my desk, but there were some shelves where a lot of the case files were stored. And once this case continued and the nature of who the victim was, especially when he passed away, there seemed to be a lot of interest in it, outside interest, especially with the media. And I became concerned about it, so I started locking my case files in my desk because I didn't want them to be available. Because I had left things on my desk, and a couple times I had found things different than when I left them, and it just bothered me. So that's why I locked them up.
Did there come a point in time when you started saving your reports to a different type of medium than just a computer?
Well, yes, there were some reports that I ended up not sending off the records because I was putting them on what we had then was called a floppy disk. I guess today they've got a lot different technology, but back then we had a thing called a floppy disk. Because we actually did some reports early on that I still don't know where they are. We did a pen register early on that I guess nobody can find. We went looking for a vehicle on another guy that nobody can find. There's just a lot of things that disappeared. And some of them are reports that were before I even put them on floppy disk. So yes, I had some concerns.
Were you aware that some Metro employees sold a Polaroid of Tupac on the autopsy table to the Daily Mail?
I was, after we did the autopsy, I was outside the autopsy room. I cannot say that I saw a person take the Polaroid photo of Tupac Shakur's body. I saw somebody walk into the autopsy room where his body was at with a Polaroid. And then I don't remember how long after that a book was published by a Kathy Scott that had, it was a Polaroid photo of his body. It wasn't one of our photos of his body from the autopsy. It was quite obvious it was a Polaroid photo afterwards because it was not a full photograph that we took. We didn't take those kind of photographs at an autopsy. We had no reason to.
But needless to say, you yourself had concerns about the security of the information as it relates to the investigation.
Yes.
Now going back to exhibit number 125, it says on September 8th at 9:46 a.m. it appears the Monte Carlo was called, correct?
Correct.
And Judge, I have marked state's proposed exhibit number 126, which is a certified copy of a record from the Monte Carlo I'd offer.
Any objection?
If I can have a moment, please.
Yeah.
This, change the screen for you and now put 126 up on the screen. Ooh. Apparently screen sharing has stopped. We put it up first and then...
And they were working on...
Now I gotta go back to you and hit share. Can you see that now?
Now I do. There's a little delay, but it's a affidavit of custodian of records again.
Now this is the Monte Carlo, and I'm gonna jump down to the first page. There's a name, Corey Edwards.
Corey Edwards.
1301 East Sloan.
Okay.
And it looks like he arrived and departed the Friday night before, the Friday the 6th into Saturday the 7th of September of 96. You see that on the right side?
I see that.
And I'm going to roll down here. A few pages in. Do you see? I could zoom in a little bit here for you.
No, I can see the writing. Excalibur. Well, go back.
Yeah, I gotta go back.
Yeah, it zoomed too much.
There you go.
Okay, Excalibur, Sahara, and Luxor. Though that's my handwriting.
And so does that suggest to you that you took this record and checked to see
Where those phone numbers?
the local
yes.
phone numbers that are being called on it? And I'm going to roll down.
Yes. So the Excalibur was September 7th at 10:01 a.m. Sahara, September 7th at 10:26, and Luxor was at September 7th at 10:32 a.m.
Now, initially, did you have any idea who Corey Edwards was?
I did not have Corey Edwards' name until Compton gave us that name.
So now you're in Compton. You've executed search warrants. You learn about the Excalibur. You learn about the Monte Carlo and Corey Edwards. I want to kind of fast forward now. Well, you mentioned something about a pen register. Does there come a point in time when you guys learn about an individual named David Keefe that might have worked at the MGM?
Yes, we learned about him. Well, it would have been related to the pen register because it goes back to, I want to say, Yafu Fula's description when I took his statement. He gave a description that I recall. He described the driver of the Cadillac having a bitch face. That's the term he used. And I may have misunderstood the terminology at the time. I might have thought bitch face meaning a younger looking face at the time.
Damn.
Because there were some names coming up, and we had developed a name of Davion Brooks, who apparently was a Southside Compton Crip. And he was a fair-skinned black male, and we thought he kind of was a bitch face. And he was the person that the pen register was related to in a place, it was south, I can't tell you the address right off the bat. It was south of Tropicana between the Boulevard and Koval. Because all we had, I think, was a cell phone or something, and we did the pen register, but David Keith's name came up somehow in that as a worker in Las Vegas. And for some reason, I'm going off the top of my head without the reports. He had I thought a full-size Blazer, because I used to own a full-size Blazer, and there was an address in Las Vegas and I know we went out and checked that address, but it turned out nothing was there. We couldn't determine anything, but that's how that all came about, David Keefe. And I know that we ended up, because we couldn't find Davion Brooks, at the time, I don't know what they got now, we had a thing called Scope, which the people would get their sheriff's cards or criminal history would go in there, and we could flag a person. So if they were stopped by officers or arrested, that we could be notified. And so we had flagged Davion Brooks. And I believe eventually we must have been down because I was out of town, but Mike Franks and Kevin Manning went and interviewed him.
So at this point, we have the names of Orlando Anderson, you have the name of Corey Edwards, you have the name of Davion Brooks, you have the name of Davion Keith. Kind of fast forward, but in November of 96, well, let me ask you this. Of all the people you interviewed in that car behind, was there anybody who said he thought he could make an identification?
Yafu Fula, from what I remember, thought he could ID someone possibly. I thought it was the driver, but I'd have to look at the report. He's he's the only person that thought they could possibly identify someone. I don't recall anybody saying they could ID the shooter. Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, and Katari Cox were more or less more of the dark arm kind of thing.
When in November of '96 in New Jersey, did something happen to Yafula?
Unfortunately, Yafufula was murdered. We were notified, I want to say it was Orange, New Jersey, somewhere in that area. We learned that Yafufula had been murdered. This was after we had made several attempts, because Death Row Records, David Kenner, who was the attorney, they had told us that if we needed to talk to anybody from the Outlaws or anybody, that we needed to contact them to make arrangements. And somewhere in the reports that there's several attempts were made to try to get a hold of Yafufula, and we got the runaround on that.
I want to fast forward to March 9th of 1997. Did you become aware that another famous rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as Notorious B.I.G., was killed outside the Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And LAPD was responsible for that investigation.
Correct.
At some point, do you have contact with Fred Miller, one of the lead detectives from LAPD?
Yes.
And then shortly thereafter, March 17th or so, did you attempt to contact, well, let me ask this, did you contact Frank Alexander to do photo lineups?
Yes. Mike Franks and I went down and we met Frank Alexander. If that's what the report said, it was around March 17th down in Orange County somewhere, California. And I had taken probably, I think it was 10 photo lineups that we had prepared, because I had since the shooting and all, Frank had kind of turned around. I think he had gone cross with Death Row Records, and things turned around, and he was willing to meet with us, and that's when I showed him the photo lineups.
Judge, and I've talked to Mr. Stamp about not having to lay the foundation with each one of these with Mr. Stamp, but I have in my hand those 10 photo lineups, which are marked 76 through 85.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection to admission?
Yes.
All right, they'll be admitted then.
And I'm going to start with number 10, which is 85. Oops. I have to go in and out here a few times. But each of these photo lineups that you have done here, did you have a reason why you had these particular people in photo lineups?
Main players that were in these photo lineups were, well, obviously Orlando Anderson was in there because of the beatdown at the MGM. I mean, and because of the information we'd acquired from Compton. Then the other people, I think Darnell Brim might have been in one of those because his name had come up. Duane Davis's name was in there. Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith. There's another Davis. I think it's Duane Davis's brother, or he's related to him somehow. Is it Kevin Davis, I think?
Let me just share my screen and we'll go through each one by one, okay?
Yeah. I just remember there were 10 of them, and there was each person that was in the lineup. There was a reason for them being in there, just to cover our bases. We had particular people we were looking at, but we wanted to cover the basis of everybody that had come up.
So on these lineups, this is page 1, page 2, and then on the bottom, page 3 has the names of the people that are in each of those positions. Is that fair?
Those were the lineup records, yes.
And so it shows on March 17th of 1997, you would have created the photo lineup record that's your name down there.
Yes.
And this one, the suspect is number 6, Duane Davis.
Yeah, and I guess I probably spelled his name wrong.
And if we go to picture number 6,
that's Duane Davis. He's younger. I mean, obviously, it's been a long
30
time.
years ago, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Now, at this point in time, when you're showing these photo lineups, did you have a theory as to who was in this vehicle?
We had an idea from information. We didn't have anybody stepping forward to say anything in particular.
I'm also working, so don't mind me. I'm taking
And
notes.
who was it? Who did you think was in the car?
Well, the 4 names that we were leaning on was Duane Davis, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson. Those were the names that we'd been leaning on. But again, those are just the names we had.
Right. You had no live witness to tell you.
No.
You all had confidential, reliable, the CRI that
we personally didn't even have that. I mean, I guess everybody else did, but we didn't have a name that would step forward to say anything. And I believe the CRIs were even throwing out Darnell Brim and other people.
I'm going to kind of go through each one of these, but there's one I want to show you, and you've looked at these 10 photo lineups recently, right?
Correct.
And then there's another 6 photo lineups that you have where there's just a handwritten log that goes with them, right?
Yeah, and after looking at those, I'm wondering if those are photo lineups that I did later, because the 4 girls that I think Mike interviewed that night at the shooting scene, I had attempted to get in touch with them, and I think I talked to a couple of them, and 1 or 2 of them lived in the LA area, and either, I think it was LAPD, we had sent some lineups to them to look at. Those might have been the lineups we sent to them, actually, because it was, 97 or 98? And I think technology might have got a little better by then.
So let me click out here. Judge, I have in my hand the log of 86, and then State Proposed Exhibits 87 through 91, which are the other 6 lineups. 5 lineups, excuse me.
No objection. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No objection.
They'll be made.
So let me start with the log for you, and then we're going to go back to the other ones for just a minute, but let me pull up the log first. Oops. I'm sure there's more technologically advanced if you were younger. If I were younger, we could figure out how to do this easier, but...
You're doing better than me, so...
These are the logs. This is the logs you wrote for each one of those lineups, right? So you had Orlando Anderson in one, Darnell Brim in another, Roger...
Sure, these are probably notes that I wrote down because we were just trying to put something together to send off, because I'm seeing... Well, Roger Williams would have been, wasn't a Southside Crip, from what I remember. He was a mob guy or something. He was the opposite of everybody else.
Roger Williams, do you recall his nickname being Neckbone?
Yes, because I think we got to talk to him briefly down in Compton.
The name Jerry Bonds was the name that was
Jerry
coming up?
Jerry Bonds was a name that came up very, very early on. And I think Compton had it. And as time went on, Jerry Bonds' name kind of was fading out. I think he's a South Side Compton Crip, but as things went on, his name just started disappearing, even from the reliable informants.
And then the last one on there is Big Dre or DeAndre Smith.
DeAndre Smith, who is the guy that we think was in the back seat with Orlando Anderson.
Now I'm going to go to the DeAndre Smith photo lineup, and that's 91. And he'd be in position number 3, correct? Oh wait, you can't see it. I didn't share it with you yet.
Nothing's popped up yet, so.
Let me share it with you. But if your log has him in position number 3, that'd be him in number 3, correct?
Looking at it, yeah, that face kind of looks familiar. And that number 15 would be my writing. So this is one of the later photos. Yes. And this would, yeah, this is definitely one of the later photos. This is one we had early on.
So now I want to go to photo lineup that you wrote as number 1, which is State's Exhibit number 76. Can't believe I have to stop the share every time, but. I'm going to zoom in here on number 2 and then share it with you here. Maybe. The person there in number 2, that appears to be DeAndre Smith, correct?
Yes. That's probably an early photo because what I'm looking at, I think, is probably, I don't know if those were California DMV photos or what, because from what I recall, we had to cut the pictures out because the backgrounds were all different colors, and we were trying not to make different colors on the photo lineup, so we didn't come into conflict down the road with anybody. I think Mr. Samp would agree. If you have a yellow, red, blue, that causes issues. So that's why we did this. And this is all we had that was available at the time.
So I want to roll down here. The weird thing about this record is
number 6 didn't have a name.
Number 6 didn't have a name, but also number 2, even though it's a picture of DeAndre Smith, the record you have written is Andre Norton. Is that possibly an AKA for Mr. Smith?
Probably. We're talking what, 97? Yeah. Andre Norton. I'd have to look at his rap sheet. I don't know. But because there's no ID number over there, that's probably what it is. Because usually if there's an ID number, that's a Metro thing. And DeAndre Smith, whatever, wouldn't have had anything, because I don't think he had a history with Las Vegas.
Oops. Now, as I go through each of these photo lineups that you have, let's go to number 2, which is State's Exhibit number 77. And we roll down here. Well, I guess I should share it for you so you know what I'm talking about. down here, and position number 3 is Orlando Anderson. Is that right?
Okay, you're right.
And position number 3 is Orlando.
Yes, that's Orlando. He had a pretty recognizable face. And again, that would have been a similar deal where the backgrounds were all different colors, so that's why we had to cut him out.
He looks so concerned. I don't know if it's just me. Look at him. He just looks.
I'm going to
like,
share with
ugh.
you 70.
He made one of them faces, you know?
8.
I'm being a fat ass and I'm eating. Leave me alone.
And then show you down at the bottom. Darnell Brim's in position number 1.
Yeah, when I saw the picture, it looked like him up in the, something about the faces that kind of remember.
But that'd
Yeah.
be Darnell Brim.
That would be Darnell Brim.
Let's go to number 4. And if we roll down here, position number 5 would be Jerry Bonds. And if we roll up here, in position number 5 we have Jerry Bonds.
Correct. Yes. Okay.
Number 5. Number 5, we roll down to the bottom, which is State's Exhibit number 80.
That's Davion Brooks. Yeah.
Davion Brooks in position number 5, and if we roll up here, that's Davion Brooks in position number 5.
Yeah.
And that's the potentially young kid, based upon what Yafula said, that caused you guys to do the pen and all those other things.
He's the guy we did the pen register on. Yes.
Number 6. Oops. And this will be State's Exhibit number 81. I gotta share it with you. We roll down here. David Keefe is in position number 1, and so that would be David Keefe.
Yes, and the reason we put the tape on there is I think those were probably ID numbers or something, so we were again trying not to create problems with the different booking photos or something. And I don't know if this is a booking thing or a sheriff's card, but we just covered them up to lessen the conflict.
You learned during the course of your investigation that Mr. Keith worked at the MGM, which meant he must have a work card, ergo he must have a photo.
At a minimum, he had to have a work card, yes.
Hold the next one. Oops. Number 82. There we go. We roll down to 82, and in spot number 5 is Kevin Davis.
Kevin Davis, yeah.
And number 5 is a photograph of Kevin Davis.
Okay, yes.
And your understanding is that Mr. Davis, Kevin Davis, is Duane Davis's brother.
I think that's what it was. I knew he was a relative. For some reason, I thought they were brothers.
Do you recall a point in time when a .40 caliber Glock was found on Mr. Davis?
I don't remember if it was on him. There's two firearms that I can recall. I know that Mike Coette from the LA County Sheriff's Office had a firearm. If that was on him, then that would be it. He mentioned a Glock 40, and I had him enter those cartridges into what we had was drug fire then. I don't know if they still have it. And then I had our firearms people do the comparison on that.
And ultimately, that wasn't your murder weapon.
The firearms examiner said it was not the weapon.
And so, drug fire, which is, I think, the jury will hear later, is now called NIBIN. But drug fire was a way for photographs of casings to be put into a computer, and then somebody somewhere else could check casings that were found and see if they matched the same gun, casing to casing.
Yeah, the forensics guys that do all those firearms things, they know how to do all that stuff. All I know is if I get the information, I ask the people to enter it in to drug fire at the time, and then those firearms people know what to do. I depend on them.
So we only got two more here. Let's do your number 8, which is going to be my 83. In position number 2 is Terry Brown.
Terry Brown.
You see that right there? It says Terry Brown.
I don't see the photo lineup yet. I just see the lineup record.
Yeah. Terry Brown would be in his photo number. Would be in position number 2, correct?
Yeah, he's going to be in number 2. Okay. And I don't. Oh, there he is.
And
yeah.
Photo number 2 is Terrence Brown.
That's the old photo. Yes.
And then the last record I have for you, Detective. Well, I have to share my screen with you. Excuse me a second. State's Exhibit number 84. You have Corey Edwards in position 3.
Okay.
And when we roll up here to position number 3, that'd be Corey Edwards.
Yeah, does he always have that beard? I don't remember. It's been so long, but yeah.
Now, when you showed Mr. Alexander these photo lineups, was he able to pick anybody out?
He said he could not.
And do you know where Mr. Alexander is today?
From what I was told, he committed suicide, so he's deceased.
Did you attempt to show those photo lineups to Malcolm Greenridge?
I think it was the next day, because what started this was a newspaper article. So we went and met Malcolm with Reggie Wright Jr. and I think I learned later, because there's a report, that there's some other guy came with him. We met them at the Compton Police Department, and we sat down with Malcolm and we offered to show him these photo lineups, and Malcolm said he never wanted to see the lineups because he said he could never identify anybody. So basically, he declined to look at the photo lineups.
You mentioned a news story. What was in the news story that caused you to think you should go probably talk to Mr. Greenridge?
There's a reporter named Chuck Phillips that was working for the LA Times at the time that was, well, that's my opinion. Anyhow, Chuck Phillips was writing an article claiming that there were two witnesses that the Metropolitan Police Department were refusing to talk to, Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge. When we got a hold of Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge, they both stated that the words that Chuck Phillips used were not their words, that they had never said those words, and that Malcolm Greenidge said he said he could never identify anybody, so he had no reason to look at the photo lineups. Frank Alexander basically said the same thing, that the story was not the way he had told it.
Now, you were a homicide detective in Las Vegas, Nevada, Clark County, right?
Correct.
This crime appears to have come from Compton and returned shortly thereafter to Compton, right? All the witnesses, everything is there, correct?
Everybody that is related to this crime that we know of is coming from California, yes.
And so, are you a peace officer in California? You got the same powers you have here in Las Vegas?
No.
And how many times did you trip to California, generally, in an effort to talk to people about this particular case?
We made 10 to 12 trips to California. Not all of those trips were with law enforcement because there came a time where we weren't necessarily wanting to deal with law enforcement. So we went down there that many times to try and to contact different people. In fact, every time we went to California, we tried to contact Death Row Records, but got the runaround, so.
So ultimately, were you left with any avenue to further your investigation?
The only thing we ever got was we ended up the revocation hearing for Suge Knight, where I ended up providing a videotape of from the MGM for the DA's office down there.
Let me ask you about that. So, Suge Knight, at the time that he is involved at this fight with Orlando Anderson at the MGM, he is on probation, both federal and state probation in California, correct?
That's the way it was presented to us, yes.
And at that particular hearing, did he call a witness in his defense to claim he was trying to stop the fight?
Orlando Anderson was subpoenaed as a witness for Suge Knight, yes.
And did he testify that Suge Knight was trying to help him, not hurt him?
Orlando Anderson apparently, because I wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but apparently Orlando Anderson testified in court that day that Suge Knight was trying to help him.
And then were you the witness that laid the foundation for the videotape that disputed that testimony at that revocation hearing?
Because I had talked to Orlando Anderson in Compton the day of the search warrants, and he told me differently, I was there as an impeachment witness in case Orlando decided to tell the story that he did tell. And I testified that Orlando told me otherwise, that Suge Knight and Tupac had basically beat him down pretty good.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Sant.
Detective Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just need to follow up with a couple things. Let me start off with this. So you talked a little bit about your powers as a police officer in Nevada. And you had mentioned that
I figured
those
out what
police
was wrong
powers
with my
end
stream,
at the
so-
border of Nevada. Is that what I
Bear
heard
with me while I'm
before?
sitting here troubleshooting with y'all, cause
Yeah, our
It's not
our
even-
basic law enforcement powers are within Nevada.
And and as a result, what that means is when you enter into another state, you're technically not a police officer per se. I mean, you are a police officer, but you don't have a jurisdiction. Is that how you would frame it?
Correct. If we were, say, to want to arrest someone in another state, I mean, you could have someone arrest them, but you'd have to go through an extradition proceeding to bring someone over to Nevada. So, and that takes time. It's not like you can just go grab a guy and bring him back to Nevada.
Right. Now, in terms of your work here on this case, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on a couple things. We went through a lot of photo lineups, right?
Correct.
And you had referenced to me a little bit about the photo lineups, and fair to say, of course, you know, as a defense attorney, you want to make sure that each photo lineup does not suggest the answer to the question, right?
Correct.
So back in those days, you're cutting pictures, you're actually cutting photographs out and just pasting them in such a way to try to eliminate backgrounds and so forth, so that the person that's looking at the photo lineup won't be suggested as to what the answer is.
That's what our attempt was, yes, sir.
Now, just for the jury's edification, when someone is being shown a photo lineup, they're in a room, they see the photo lineup, and then at that point, you wait for them to respond and see which one of the 6 people in there they recognize, right?
Well, you'd show the lineup and ask them if they recognize anybody in the lineup. That's, you don't say who in this lineup, you know, do you recognize? You just say, do you recognize anybody in the lineup?
Right, and the reason why you ask that question that way is you do not want to suggest an answer to your question. Or
Correct. You don't want to try and make them lean towards anybody in particular.
right, because there are instructions that are part of those photo lineups that say there may not be a person at all that we're interested in the 6 people that we present to you, right? You could have a photo lineup with nobody in it that you would have as a target. Fair?
That's a fair statement, yes, sir.
Now, in this particular regard, once a person sees who that person believes to be somebody associated with whatever investigation you're looking at, they typically would circle the picture and maybe put down a percentage of how sure they are of that person being the person that's involved in something. Is that how that works?
Yeah, typically what I would do anyhow is I'd have them initial the back of the photograph, the particular photograph of the person.
Right.
And if there was a percentage, yeah, I would have them put that on there, say at 80%, 60%, whatever that is, you know, or 100%, whichever.
Now, of course, during this time period, as you are putting together these photo lineups, the majority of the individuals that the state identified in each photo lineup are people that are associated with Southside Crips. Would that be an accurate description?
I believe everybody was, I don't remember, was Roger Williams one of them? Because he's not a Crip. He's a Piru or mob guy, so he's a Blood.
I think
But everybody else was a Crip, yes.
Right, and so because you were under the premise that there was a gang war, that the Southside Crips had actually shot at Tupac and Suge Knight because they were Piru Blood, and so you were identifying just Southside Crips and putting them into photo lineups. Is that how that worked?
Yeah, we were using Crips because that was the information. Again, we were basing a lot of things off the information we were getting from Compton.
Right, and even so, even as you're receiving this information from Compton, even as you sit here right now, sir, you weren't comfortable necessarily with all of the information you were receiving from Compton, right?
We weren't comfortable with certain things in Compton, yes.
For instance, the way they were conducting their business as law enforcement in Compton was not the way you would recommend or know that Metro would do here in Las Vegas. Fair?
We witnessed a couple of interview techniques that we weren't comfortable with, yes.
Yes, sir. Now, in addition, as you are having these photo lineups, did these photo lineups ever go to anyone back in Las Vegas? For instance, we've heard some testimony from some females that were in a vehicle, some other people maybe that would have been at the scene. Were those photo lineups ever shown to anyone that was, like the girls in the Sebring or anything like that?
That's where I'm wondering, I think there was 5 photos later on that are shown, not
He's
the original
fucking
10.
cooked, bro.
I don't remember
Like
the
the shit
exact
that we were watching
number,
earlier?
but there
Wow.
are 5 later photos. And I think I mentioned it during my earlier testimony that we sent, I believe, someone in LAPD. And I know that of the 4 girls in the Sebring, I only think 1 or 2 said they were willing to look at the photo lineups. And I think photo lineups were sent to LA so they could show them to those
And do
1 or 2 girls.
Do you
yes.
recall what the results were of those photo lineups being sent to the girls in LA?
I don't believe they identified anybody.
And fair to say that in this particular regard, the photo lineup that shows Terrence Brown, no one, as far as you know, no one identified Terrence Brown as being in a vehicle, even in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996?
Yeah, if Terrence Brown was in one of those photo lineups, then he wasn't identified, correct.
How about DeAndre Smith? Was he ever identified by anybody in a photo line, in his photo lineup as being present in Las Vegas, Nevada on September 7th, 1996?
I don't recall anybody being identified in a photo lineup.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony was that you were the primary detective on this case originally.
Myself and Mike Franks, we didn't really have a lead, but yeah.
All right. You drew the short straw basically on this one, right?
Well, I guess I'm the guy that his name is all over everything, but yeah.
Well, congratulations. Let me ask you this question though. As a police officer, did you write reports of all of your activity that you did during the course of this investigation?
Anytime we did something, I did an officer's report. I know Mike Franks did several reports too, yes.
And would there ever be a time during the time that you were handling this investigation that you would have chosen not to have written a officer's report?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
No. If we'd have had a trip, especially any trip we did out of state, anything where we went out and did anything, I'd have done an officer's report. Back in the day, apparently they do things a little different. Even if it was a 1 paragrapher, we did officer's reports.
And as far as you know, based upon your knowledge of what happened to your file after you left, is the file complete in terms of your reports and what you did in this case?
When I left, it was, yes.
Is it now?
I don't know. I've never seen the case file, so I don't know what it looks like now. I've heard rumors.
Now, the district attorney's office had forwarded over to you some documents to help you with your preparation for testimony here today, right?
Correct.
Were those documents all of the officers' reports that you wrote while you were on this investigation?
No.
Now, in addition to that, sir, you had testified a little bit about the Luxor, I think. You had mentioned something about there was some information that Tupac and Suge Knight had both had rooms at the Luxor. Is that correct?
That's the information we had, yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, was there any video that was captured of the vehicles that had gone to the Luxor to pick up Tupac while he was at the Luxor?
I don't remember a specific video of the vehicles. I mean, there was hearsay of vehicles, but I don't remember specific videos.
Now,
Off the top of my head, I don't.
right, and because you were the lead detective, of course, you're accumulating all of the information that's being gathered, sometimes from other police officers in furtherance of your investigation, right?
Yeah, if it's given to me, yes, and it's put into the case file, yes.
Right. And so with regards to the Luxor incident, you learned and you had put into your officer's report that Tupac Shakur was picked up with some people, looks like around 10 o'clock at the ballet. Do you recall that?
I don't think I did an officer's report reference the valet, no.
I have a document here, looks like your signature is at the bottom as the officer.
If you could show it to me, like I said, I've seen some documents from this that I don't recall, but if you have it, show it to me, I'd be happy. And,
do you want me to run it right over for you right now?
Yeah, if you could show it to me.
Let me do it.
I just don't recall it.
Now, I believe that we had submitted some documents for your review as well. Do you recall the documents that were reviewed?
I remember, because I remember you showing me a document from LA that I didn't remember too, so.
Right.
But it's been a while, so.
This would be titled the Murder or Attempt Murder Supplement. Do you recall that document?
Okay. Wait a minute, is this the report with Beard on it?
Correct, that's right.
Oh, okay, that report. Now I remember that report, yes.
Right. And I apologize if I wasn't clear enough.
Yeah, okay, I remember that report, yes.
And in that report, for instance, there was a discussion about the number of vehicles that had pulled up to pick up Tupac, and one of the vehicles that was there was a Cadillac that was white with 4 black males in it. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. So the way we're looking at it right now is Tupac comes out of the Luxor, he gets picked up in a long caravan of cars, and the last car is a white Cadillac with 4 black males in it. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's based upon your investigation.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, we talked a little bit about the pen registers. Can you explain to the jury what a pen register is?
Okay, I'm back.
Pen register isn't the same as a pen register is more or less you're getting a number and you're more or less recording those numbers.
So
it's not quite the same as you're recording phone calls and listening to them, where in that particular case you actually have people in a room and they're actually listening to calls, and if the call is not pertaining to your investigation, you're supposed to turn it off and not listen to it. It's something that's not pertaining to it. And that a pen register is more or less information to record calls. It's a tool to assist you in your investigation if it turns out to be something that's valuable. That was the intent.
Right.
When we did the pen register, we never got to do it because we did the pen register. You have to file it with the county, and lo and behold, the next day it was in the newspaper. So basically, it was a waste of time.
Well, I mean, for instance, the pen register would be you would target someone's phone number, right? And so
correct. That was the intent.
And the pen register would record the numbers that were either going to that phone number or that phone number making phone calls out of that to other phones.
That was the intent.
Now, in this case, can you tell us, for instance, what Keefe D's phone number was at that particular time?
I couldn't tell you. No.
And with regards to the phone records that we had received, there were some numbers that were either from Monte Carlo, and I don't know if it was from the Luxor, but do any of those phone numbers register back to a pager? Because this is 1996, right? So it's got to be a pager or maybe, I don't know. I don't know what was around 1996 besides the pager.
I
A
believe
pager.
those phone numbers were
Who the hell
actually the
had a
phone numbers
pager,
to
bro?
the hotels
I was like 6.
themselves.
Right. And so outside of that, we don't have any fact that Keefe D's pager or phone number was either dialed to or received in from either the Luxor or the Monte Carlo is what's been shared here today, right?
Not on those calls, sir.
Now, in addition to that, you had mentioned as well the search warrants that occurred in Compton. Now, these search warrants that occurred, fair to say that they also, they were doing these search warrants to try to retrieve firearms to help quell or to suppress any potential violence in Compton. Is that the reason or purpose for those search warrants?
I don't know what, it was their search warrant. I can't tell you what the purpose, other than my understanding was there was an arrest warrant for Orlando Anderson. All that other stuff, that's Compton's thing.
Yeah.
It was their search warrant.
And in terms of that search warrant, did you ever see the results, or was Keefe D's house or residence in Compton searched as well?
I don't remember. I'd have to. The return had so much information on there. I'd have to sit there and look at it again. I just don't remember right off the top of my head if Keefe D's house was on that return or not.
No worries, sir. And in terms of your investigation, did you ever have to deal directly with Reggie Wright Jr.?
The only face-to-face, and it would have been brief, would have been at Compton when he brought Malcolm Greenidge in, but I don't think there was any talk. And the reason we probably didn't talk to him was because his dad was a lieutenant at Compton.
And what did that mean to you as to why you wouldn't talk to him because his dad was a lieutenant?
Right, wrong, or indifferent, our feeling was, well, if your dad's a Compton lieutenant and you're the head of Death Row Records security,
I don't think you are.
I just have a problem with the communications
right now it's
line
kinda
there.
laggy. I don't know why.
You know, maybe
So, I'm trying to fix
not
it.
Being,
I'm like
I'm
over here
being
Googling, but I'm
distrustful
dealing
on
with
that. I just worry
a
about
hater in
what's
a
being
comment,
said between
and
the two
he's
parties.
goes by the name of Zaza.
Were you aware during the course of your investigation that Reggie Wright Jr. instructed his people to lie to you?
I was told later on by Frank Alexander that he said that, yes.
In addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the video footage that was captured at the MGM. Did you at any point when you looked at that video footage observe or see Duane Davis, Keefe D in that surveillance video?
No.
And then finally, your recollection is, so you wake up in the morning, you get the call, you arrive on scene, and when you get there, you had said, and this might be an old Nevada saying, but everyone skedaddled before I got there. You remember saying something like that? Did you, during that time period, ever observe a white Cadillac sitting there waiting for somebody inside to talk to either yourself or any other police officers about what happened at the scene?
No.
And then finally, you had mentioned a little bit about Suge Knight, and you had said that you believed that he was timid or afraid when he showed up with 3 attorneys to talk to you.
Yeah, I think he was rather timid, yes.
Sure. And it would be fair to say, of course, that you don't know why he was timid, right? I mean, he's walking in with 3 attorneys. I mean, is he worried that he's going to get caught doing something wrong, or is he there because he's worried about something else? You don't know, right?
I don't know why he was. It's just I'm sitting there thinking, one, why is a victim showing up with 3 attorneys? That was just an odd thing to me.
Right. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. DeJacqua? Okay. Of course.
All right, Detective. I'm going to jump in here just a little bit with you. Hold on one second while I get ready so that we can share some screens here. And of course, now I can't get that thing to come up so I can share the screen because this is in the way. Where the hell is my Zoom? There it is. I found it. Here we go. I want to start with an aerial that's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 1. I'm going to put it up big for you here. Can you see that?
Just a minute. Okay, yeah, now I do.
So, your understanding is that Shug and the entourage were coming down this way, westbound on Flamingo towards the 662 Club.
Yeah, Flamingo towards Koval, yes.
And after the shooting, what's your understanding as to what Mr. Shug...
Did you say westbound or eastbound?
I'm sorry, they were heading eastbound towards the 662, correct?
Correct.
What's your understanding as to what Shug and the majority of that entourage do after the shooting?
My understanding is once the shooting happened, they made a U-turn, went westbound on Flamingo, southbound on the boulevard, Las Vegas Boulevard, and came to a stop. If that red dot is at Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon, that's where they came to a stop.
And it wasn't just Mr. Knight's vehicle that was stopped at that location. There were a number of other cars that were part of that entourage that remained at the scene for photographing. Is that correct?
My understanding, because obviously Frank Alexander and the other 3 gentlemen were there, so their car must have been there. If Kevin Woods got talked to, and I think there was somebody else, so I'm guessing their car was there. If there were other cars there, no one said anything about it. So I don't know how many. I remember the car that Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were in was there in the intersection.
Right. And 2 of the wheels have been blown out from hitting a curb.
The rims were banged up from going over the median there in the middle of the Flamingo.
So, and then the entire crime scene would have been taped off by initial patrol officers, correct?
Yeah, I remember the street was pretty well taped off from what I recall.
And when they put crime scene tape up, they put crime scene tape up around the entire area they're trying to protect. Whether or not the people that were in those vehicles stayed at that location, there are more than one vehicle that's taped off in this scene. Would you agree with that?
They should be. They should be taping off a wider area than a smaller area. It's easier to come in than to go out.
So this is going to make me kick me back in and out every time, but let's go through this.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're going to tape off an area, you'd rather make it bigger than start smaller, because it's easier to start bigger and close it than to start small and make it wider, because once you made it small, you got looky-loos, everybody coming in, and it's tough to get people out then.
So now I'm going to share this photograph. That's the rear of Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight's vehicle, or at least appears to be, correct?
This is at the scene, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I see the tape in the distance, okay. And then,
That's exhibit number 6.
okay, is this on the boulevard?
I believe the testimony is that this vehicle is Las Vegas Boulevard in Harmon.
Okay, I see the black and white up ahead just because I see the reflective from the door.
So I'm going to go through exhibit number.
What's that white car?
Well, we're going to go through all of these for you
Okay,
in just a second. Of course, I got to do this the hard way. So now I'm going to show you number 20. Give me a second. I don't know why this thing won't roll up for me when it's photographs. There's obviously a different black BMW that's inside. If you look real close on the right side, the crime scene.
Okay. Okay.
There is 22. Oh, I'm gonna click out of this.
I'm guessing that license plate number is on the report, so.
You just click through. That's 23. Now we're looking at 24. Share my screen. There's a black Lexus within the crime scene tape.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
So all those cars that are in that line to the side is just regular traffic thing going by, I take it.
Then within the tape, this is State's exhibit number 24. There's a silverish Mercedes.
Okay. So is Kevin Woods is probably in at least one of these.
And then 26. Share 26. Also in the tape, there's white. I think you really zoom in really close down here, which I don't know if I can do on here. But
Yeah.
oh, I can do this. There you go.
And it's probably the license. Oh, it's a
Dodge Avenger.
A Dodge Avenger. Okay, and the license plate number. Because I remember on the original crime report, there are license plate numbers on vehicles, and I'd have to look at it to see what they match up to.
And then Mr. Sampt asked you questions about going to the Luxor.
Okay.
You recall those questions?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory as to exactly what you found out at the Luxor to review that report that you generated?
Uh-huh.
Okay. There we go. Why is it not coming up? this one more time. Let's see if this works. There we go. All right. All right, here we go.
Right, Brian Beard, yeah, okay.
So the beginning is just sort of a little paragraph that you wrote about what the investigation is about.
That's just a very brief synopsis about what happened the night of the shooting, yes.
Now, you indicated you talked to Brian Beard, who was working security at the Luxor.
Correct.
At about 10 p.m., he saw Mr. Shakur with a large group of people at the valet. Shakur and his group entered numerous vehicles and drove onto Las Vegas Boulevard around 10:30.
Right.
Beard recalls a black two-door Mercedes, a dark-colored Hummer, a two-tone van, and a black four-door Mercedes or BMW in the entourage.
Yeah, and the Hummer was supposed to be MC Hammer. I remember that.
Okay. And then you also talked to Angel Zavala.
Right.
Zavala. He was working as well. His recollection of the vehicles were there was a white Dodge Caravan, a black BMW or Mercedes, and two other black vehicles. Two white vehicles were also behind the group. Zavala said he thought the last car was a Cadillac or Buick with four black males, was what he reported.
Right. That correct.
Thank you, Josh. I have nothing further.
Okay. Any requests?
Just real quick, Detective Becker, with regards to that last line, the last line is that the last white vehicle was either a Cadillac or a Buick, right? So the Cadillac was a white Cadillac.
Correct. That's the way that's worded, yes.
All right.
Either a white Cadillac or Buick, yes.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, thank you. You are excused. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, State, any additional witnesses for today?
Will we approach that?
Come on.
Yo, everybody right now is fucking messaging me on the whole Zaza shit for the review journal on Instagram. I'm fucking dying. Hilarious.
All right, we're going to take another 15-minute break while we try to get some Zoom things going. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back 3:30. Please rise for the jury.
3:30, y'all.
Welcome back to our day-long continuing coverage.
That's 15 minutes from now. And I think I fucking solved the problem. So let's see if this works. Because, yeah. That was an interesting, whatchamacallit going on. Let's see what they have to say.
And the defense attorney, Michael Sanft.
Oh,
yes,
snap.
so there was the prosecution questioned him for about an hour, and then there was the cross-examination, and then there was a redirect from the prosecution again. So this was centered around, of course, his response to that night and who he believed was in the car at the time of the shooting in that white Cadillac. Again, the key word, believed.
So our continuing coverage on 8 News Plus. Today, our viewers are also coming to us from Facebook and YouTube. We're delighted to have all of you, but if you want to continue watching today and the rest of the trial, which is about a month, expected to be a month long, you should download our 8 News Plus app. When we come back, we'll break down the day and the afternoon of testimony for you in the murder trial of Tupac Shakur. Stay with us.
Oh yeah, everybody's fucking going nuts right now. Literally on my Instagram is just everybody like talking about this whole Zaza thing. I didn't even know. I haven't blocked, so I can't really see it, but the screenshots I'm getting are fucking epic right now. Literally, I'm seeing all like my fans just respond to him and his bullshit. He's just a fucking hater. I'm not even gonna lie. He said that I talk shit about him on my page. You mean you became territorial and started trying to basically bang on a girl? Do you know how much of a bitch you are? Do you know how much of a bitch you are to be like banging on a girl, talking about this is my area and this and that? I don't care for that. I'm not there for that. I am there to be little old me. I love life. I love Fremont. I love everyone. He's mad because he says in this thing, he's like, she has another pending lawsuit against Metro as we speak. Yes, bitch. I know. Why are you hating? But pretends to love them every weekend on Fremont during her live streams. Let's get this straight, okay? I am an analyst. I actually go to school for political science. I am allowed to be a non-biased third party. Just I wanna say a person, you know, because at this point I'm an undergrad and I could just stand there with a camera and yeah, I'm not an auditor. We've come to understand that, okay? I don't sit here and do the whole First Amendment audit like blah 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 blah. I don't do that. But what cracks me up is when he's sitting here bitching and complaining about me. When, dude, like why? Like for what? You act like a girl. Stop. It's so childish. Literally childish. I don't know no more. Oh yeah, and then that was my whole thing is like, you're talking all this shit about me, but you're fat and ugly. You're not even cute, okay? The guys I pull have abs and fucking muscles and all this shit. Yes, absolutely. Also, I don't hate the cops. I've never hated the cops, like, ever really, like I had my moment of feeling some type of way for the shit that they did, but like it's part of the trauma, I want to say, and I had to go through it. I mean, it is what it is. But one thing I don't do is sit here and talk shit about the cops and then actually like talk shit about the cops and then actually like, yeah, no, he does too much. Don't you have like videos to upload of you smoking weed while driving? Like, why are we here? Why are we going through the same shit as always? Like, bruh. And my whole thing is, like, you're not even cute, bro, to be talking shit. Like, give me the fuck. Nothing but an ugly ass man. I've been nice to him. I have been so nice to him. I have stayed away from him. I blocked him. I haven't said shit to him. Nothing. He's just mad because his little ego got hurt when his girlfriend put him on blast, and I decided to tell her because she told me some shit, and I told her some shit back where I'm not involved. But at the end of the day, if I know some shit, that's on you. You feel me? I don't know why this thing keeps lagging. It's because I'm using a new plugin or whatever. Yeah, no, it was a bunch of drama. For sure, today it was nothing but drama. Already. You feel me? We're watching the Tupac stuff, so yeah. But that's interesting. You feel me? Like, I don't know. He got facial features of a bulldog. It's crazy. Cross-eyed. Let me see. Zaza's not even cute, bro. Zaza's not even cute. He is not cute. Screen record that and post it, clip it. I don't care. Zaza's not even cute. The guys I pull are like 50 times out of his league. You feel me? Psh. Let him hate. I don't care. I really don't. I can't stand this Instagram stuff. It's driving me nuts. I can't figure it out. Why it's lagging. When everything else is working fine. I have a computer that is built for this. But my video bit rate is having trouble. And I'm trying to figure out why. So let's look at stats. Yeah. Do you guys think that he did it though? That Keefe D did it? Huh. That's crazy. That's some crazy shit. People kept asking me, they're like, do you think he's guilty? I mean, hey, I'm doing good, but when it comes to this one, why am I dropping frames? I can't stand this plugin right now. So, if you guys are, it was his nephew. I believe everyone had their own like little thing going on. You feel me? I'm gonna figure this out. We're gonna troubleshoot this together. Cause, bruh, what the hell? I just don't understand how I'm still dropping frames. Video bitrate 232. Why is it so low? I'm at 3,500. If I push it up to 5,000, I think it's gonna be too much. Let's try. Let's try 2,500. No, that's too low. 3,000. Yeah, it's doing too much. We're gonna lower the quality, see if that works. Ah, bitch, I hurt my leg. I think Keefe trying to get a check, but his nephew did it for a show. For a show. He said something about if he doesn't win this court, he'll win in the upper courts. So I'm assuming he's going for an appeal. If you don't know what an appeal is, do I have to explain it? Do I have to explain it? Can we just pretend like you know what an appeal is? Yeah, this shit is driving me nuts, yo. Let's watch some of this while I figure
Because
this life
snitches
out.
get stitches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she
And-
said.
Yeah,
in our
snitches
culture,
get
that's not
stitches. That's
something
what we were
do.
watching.
They heard it. They didn't see it. She says they heard the shots and they took for cover and they drove away as quickly as they could.
They didn't make the fight, the Mike Tyson Bruce Seldon fight, because it took them too long to get ready, sharing one bathroom, the four ladies in the hotel. But then they were at the let out when all that stuff happened, and that's when Keefe D's nephew, Baby Lane, gets beaten up. That was retribution, they say, the prosecutors say, for a fight that started sometime before, days before, at a mall. So now these two factions, who just so happen to be major gangs in the Los Angeles area, the Bloods and the Crips, everybody knows them. Well, Keefe D is, by his own admission, a leader of the Crips. And this gang thing led out till the let out of the fight. The group that Tupac was with, you can see video of them kicking Baby Lane when he's down on the floor. And Baby Lane, according to Keefe D's book, in which he confesses to all of this, says, hey, they got me. And Keefe D says they got in the car and they looked for Keefe D and they went to 662 or whatever, right? The club.
And they waited, he says, according to him, they waited for Tupac and Suge Knight to come, but then they didn't come. So they said, okay, let's go out and party. We're over this. Then apparently they see them drive by and they say, hey, that's them. He claims that Tupac was leaning out of the window of the car talking to fans, whereas that other witness, the woman that took the stand, says she did not see that. But he says they saw in the book, he says that they saw Tupac, made a U-turn, came, drove by, and one of the people in the car shot and killed him.
So we've heard so many different theories and speculation over at least the 3 years that since Keefe D's arrest, Duane Davis on trial for murder, but also in the 30 years, there's been documentaries and things that have happened, and Keefe D's involved in some of those theories and not in others. But today we're getting what prosecutors want you to believe is the full detail of what happened.
Yes.
Now, after 30 years, some of those details are a little spotty, as we heard from Ingrid Stokes, who said that snitches get stitches, and she heard those gunshots, and she spoke, or her friend spoke with Suge Knight right before it happened. And am I correct that we have the soundbite of the police officer? All right, let's listen to Brent Becker, retired police officer, who at the end of questioning to defense attorney Michael Sanft just wanted to reiterate, hey, it's been 30 years. What do you really know?
And then finally, your recollection is, so you wake up in the morning, you get the call, you arrive on scene, and when you get there, you had said, and this might be an old Nevada saying, but everyone skedaddled before I got there. You remember saying something like that? Did you, during that time period, ever observe a white Cadillac sitting there waiting for somebody inside to talk to either yourself or any other police officers about what happened at the scene?
No.
And then finally, you had mentioned a little bit about Suge Knight, and you had said that you believed that he was timid or afraid when he showed up with 3 attorneys to talk to you.
Yeah, I think he was rather timid, yes.
Sure. And it would be fair to say, of course, that you don't know why he was timid, right? I mean, he's walking in with 3 attorneys. I mean, is he worried that he's going to get caught doing something wrong, or is he there because he's worried about something else? You don't know, right?
I don't know why he was. It's just I'm sitting there thinking, one, why is a victim showing up with 3 attorneys? That was just an odd thing to me.
A lot of odd things in this case. That's Brent Becker, retired Metro police officer for quite some time, 1984 to 2011. He received the call around 12:30 on that day, almost 30 years ago to the day. And he was a homicide detective, but because of the nature of who the victim in this case was, even though he wasn't dead on scene, they took it serious enough that they brought homicide. And this man testified for quite some time.
2 hours.
Yes. And he mentioned Suge Knight, who at the time was the head of Death Row Records, and his challenges going to L.A. to try and find some of these people to talk to, and indicating that Suge Knight, when he came for his interview, came loaded with 3 attorneys.
And he thought that was odd that, quote, a victim would come in that particular situation. They also went through a lot of different photo logs, different lineups, saying, do you believe these were the men that were in the car at the time? Saying, and he literally said, did that guy have a beard? I don't remember that. It's been a very long time, which to his credit, it has been a very long time. But there were a few moments where you could tell he was very transparent about the fact that, hey, I'm doing my best to remember this, but it has been 30 years.
And I think that shined. I mean, this is no knock on the officer, but it was 30 years. There's some stuff he didn't know. There's some stuff where he said, well, are you talking about this? Are you talking about that? Like, let's get my bearings.
Yeah, and they had to clarify, I think, I do remember that. And it took a second. So, yeah, I mean,
You also pointed out that unlike in 2026, there's some crayons or paper, scissors, I should say, and tape to put these lineups together.
Yep, they actually cut their faces out of a picture and put them on white background because they said they wanted the background to all be the same, which he specifically said that from back in 1996, 1997.
He interviewed those witnesses. I think he's talking about Ingrid Stokes, who testified, and her 4 friends. Is that where we got to the other? We got to hear Vanessa Murphy say that Michael Sanft called his client full of crap. I'm sure she enjoyed being able to say that on Instagram or wherever she posted that video. But I think it was the attorney the retired Metro police officer Brent Becker who also said that somebody in the car, that a witness said someone in the car alleged to have been in which Keefe D was in the passenger seat, had bitch face. Yeah, that's another one you don't hear every day.
Yeah, no, definitely
I like to be able to say that on the internet.
Bit
full of crap.
Bit colorful.
I won't say it again, just in case
I
don't want to dwell on it. But to that end, it's been interesting. But some of the key figures who got brought to our attention, not only over the course of the last few years, but over the course of opening statements, got discussed during Brent Becker's testimony. He talked about Baby Lane, and he talked about different people who he thought may have been in the car, who they put forward those lineups. He talked about Suge Knight, and he talked about Reggie Wright Jr., who is the subject of Vanessa Murphy's interview, not only with Duane Davis,
Yeah,
Keefe
I fixed
D, her
Instagram. I
excellent
figured
exclusive
out what it
interview from
was.
earlier this
The
month, but
encoder
also,
was
in
at
fact,
50.
got to
I
speak
don't
with
know
Reggie
why
Wright. So I'm
we
going to
had
set
the
these
limit
two
like
up
that
if we
when
can. Vanessa
I have
spoke with
hardware
Duane
that is
Davis,
meant
who said
for
that
this.
he
I
didn't
have
do it.
spent money
Why would he?
on my
Tupac was
stuff.
making us so much
You feel
money,
me?
as
There's no reason why my stuff should be lagging at all. So I fixed it.
got a chance to speak with Reggie Wright, who called Keefe D a liar. Let's watch those two back to back.
I helped Suge Knight get that record company together, you know what I'm saying? And why would I kill the guy that's making us the most money? You know what I'm saying? He best rapper back then. Why would I kill our money like that? It don't make sense. Suge Knight
Because
would
you want to
take
be the
me
money,
out.
sir. Just like Zaza hating on me right now.
If you did not have anything to do with Tupac Shakur's murder, who do you think did?
To me, I think they witnessed Reggie Wright Jr. All he do is lie, is tell stories. He even be on interviews threatening my son, you know what I'm saying? Threatening my family. It's wrong. Even Katie be on them interviews threatening my family. You know, it's wrong, man. It's period, it's wrong.
What do you feel like your role is in the trial coming up?
Just to lay out an atmosphere of what was going on between Death Row, Bad Boy Records, the Mob Pirus, and the Southside Compton Crips associated to the record company. That's it. I can't say this person did it, or that person did it. All I can lay out is an atmosphere that was going on.
So Reggie Wright Jr., the head of security for Death Row Records, we talked earlier today about Suge Knight, who says he took some fire in the seat that he was in the car, the passenger seat. In his book, Compton Street legend Duane Davis, Keefe D, in his sort of confession, says he thinks Suge sort of used Tupac as a cheat.
Yeah, and he talked about how he had the wound in his head from being grazed by that bullet.
There is a documentary that I watched from 2002 that I really like called Biggie and Tupac, where the people that the filmmaker interviewed said that Suge didn't get shot. Suge didn't get a bullet. Suge got a piece of glass here, and he was, let's say, treated and released, as they say in those reports. And there he is right there. And so we are led to believe from his own statements to the national media that if he's hauled in from prison to speak, he will make the party that calls him in regret it.
So he's still in
He's
jail.
not going to be friendly
For the
to
people that were
prosecution.
asking, he's
He's
still
not
in
going to be friendly
jail.
to defense, and that his job is not to solve homicides. But there he is with Tupac Shakur. They were at the Mike Tyson fight together in 1996. And, 3 witnesses in. We have, I'd say, a solid hour and a half of court left to go.
Yeah, so we'll see if they end up calling another person, or what's your opinion? Do you think they will in that time?
In the hour and a half, yeah. So I think when the judge gets back, we're any minute now. We were told a 15-minute break. I think we're over that time. You're looking at the Great Seal of the state of Nevada above where the judge sits, Judge Carly Kearney. She's so far run a very tight ship, and I will say also that I thought jury selection was going to take forever, and she sped
wrapped it up
along
in 4 days.
So I would think she's going to get every minute of 9 to 5. If something happens and it's 5 or 10 minutes to 5, I don't think she's going to aggravate everybody by calling a new witness. But there's a lot of things to keep in mind. Witnesses' schedules. Somebody's been there all day waiting. Maybe they'll say, look, can you do this in 10 minutes?
Yeah.
If it's a short witness, if it's a long witness, I think that's where we're going to hear from a lot of police.
Oh, for sure.
And of the 200 people on the list, if we're listening to 30 or 40 state witnesses, I think you're going to have another action-packed afternoon of testimony, and it's going to be like that for 4 weeks.
Yes, and the evidence that we were seeing, you talked about the kind of copy, cut and paste, literal cut and paste of those photos, and everything is written down on legal notepads and
Okay,
things
I
like
found out
that,
what the
as
issue
opposed
is.
to a
I was
case
having it
from
on
a
the
couple
wrong
years
encoder.
ago where it was body cam footage and cell phone videos. So it's just very different, or even the CCTV photos or video they have of that fight isn't great quality. So it's just very different 30 years ago versus today.
And the first a witness we heard talked about how it wasn't anything special on the strip, but it also wasn't particularly well lit at the intersection of Koval and Flamingo. We're watching the court gather now. There's Keefe D, the defendant, Duane Davis, or accused by prosecutors of orchestrating the
dang, they're
murder
coming back,
of
I
the rap
guess?
legend Tupac Shakur. He's had a long day. He had to listen. Oh, we're back to the seal. He had
was
to listen
like
to
this
prosecutors
earlier.
outline why they think he should be put away for life. Although they don't get to that, the life part right away, but
Yeah.
that's ultimately where we're headed here. And now, as Duane Davis stands, the rest of the courtroom stands in anticipation of the jury in the Tupac murder trial entering the courtroom for what I'll say is the last leg of the first day of testimony in this trial. And it's been interesting.
It definitely, they packed a lot into one day, as you said. It's not even over yet.
They have. Now you're looking at the prosecutors who have the burden of proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Keefe D, Duane Davis, did in fact orchestrate the murder of Tupac Shakur, the shooting, which not only contains with it what could be a life sentence, also gang enhancement and deadly weapon enhancement, because he used a gun and it was in furtherance of gang activity. By his own admission, Keefe D, Duane Davis, is a gangster. So we are calling the first witness of the late afternoon session to the stand. Let's listen in.
I can hear you, Honor.
Okay, great. I'm gonna have my clerk swear you, and then
There
Mr.
seems to be a
Giacomo's gonna have
pause.
some questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. If you please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Fred Miller, Fredmiller.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I used to be employed for the Los Angeles Police Department.
How long you were with LAPD?
Almost 30 years.
On March 9th of 1997, what was your assignment? What section were you in?
I've been assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, worked Homicide Special.
Were you one of the two detectives assigned initially the investigation into an individual identified as Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as the Notorious B.I.G.?
No, I did not receive the responsibility for the case until approximately 60 days later. We received it from the Wilshire Division, and then we took over the responsibility for the investigation.
Why would a case be transferred from Wilshire to RHD?
I'm sorry?
Why would a case at LAPD be transferred out of the Wilshire Division to the Robbery Homicide Division?
Because of the magnitude of the investigation that it looked like it was going to entail, they did not have the manpower that we had at Robbery Homicide to work a case of this magnitude.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn how Mr. Wallace died?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe that for us?
Yes, he received, I believe, 4 9mm projectiles to his body to cause his demise.
And where was he when he got shot?
He was sitting in the right passenger seat of his limousine that was leaving the museum.
And was that the Peterson Automotive Museum in LA?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that, was there a Vibe after party after some award show that he was in attendance before he was shot?
That's correct.
And the fire marshals, did they shut down that party and that's why everyone was leaving?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Did you have information as to a suspect vehicle that you originally received?
That's correct. We received leave black or dark, newer Chevrolet S 4-door. It had very fancy rims on it. It was last seen going north on Fairfax and then eastbound on Wilshire Boulevard.
So I think what you just said was was a newer model Chevy Impala SS that was dark in color. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
And the race of your potential suspect, how was that identified to you?
Yes, it's a male black.
During the course of your investigation, did you receive information that a person by the name of Duane Davis might be a suspect in this homicide?
Yes, we did.
I think he's frozen just as... Okay. And in addition to that, did you learn that Duane Davis was present at the the Peterson Automotive Museum during the party?
Yes, he was.
Did you also receive information that he potentially had a motive to harm Mr. Smalls because of some sort of monetary dispute?
Objection, Your Honor, is the leading.
What's your response?
I'm just trying
There
to
was
lay a
some-
foundation through video.
Overruled. I'll allow it given the circumstances. You can answer, Mr. Miller.
He's not frozen. I don't think we caught your answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Did you receive information that he potentially had a motive over money owed to him?
Yes, from several sources, we'd heard that there was a dispute between Mr. Davis and Tupac's organization.
And ultimately, did you learn that Mr. Davis lived at a residence at 1524 California?
Yes.
Did you also learn that he had driven or received a citation driving a black Chevy Impala SS?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Can I have the party's approach real quick?
Just redo this tomorrow.
Yes.
We're going to take a 10-minute recess to see if we can fix the feed a little bit. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourself or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. I apologize for the constant in and out, but we do need to try to fix this. All right, please rise for the jury.
And as you heard there, they're going to a 10-minute recess, had some audio and connection issues with this most recent witness, an LAPD detective investigating the murder of Biggie Smalls that happened shortly after Tupac's murder in 1996.
Lots of celebrity names today, and we're going to talk about all of that. You're watching our continuing coverage of the Tupac murder trial on 8 News Plus. Today, we get to see some of our viewers from Facebook and from YouTube. But for the duration of the trial, you should be watching on 8 News Plus. When we come back, we'll have more analysis and coverage of the Tupac murder trial.